Welcome to Mr. Podcast with Claude.
And Justin.
So we are back with leftovers, talking about episode 305. It's a Matt world.
Matt world.
Matt. Yeah. So what an episode. There's so much to talk about. We're
Yeah.
towards the end of this season. I guess there's 3 episodes left.
Only 3 left.
And I think you kind of mentioned this before, with so few seasons, so few episodes this season, what they decide to spend an episode dealing with is super important. So
Yeah.
this marks, I believe, the last Matt-centric
I'm
episode we're gonna
pretty
get.
sure it will be. Yeah. It would be weird if they pulled out another one.
Yeah, and it's interesting where they leave him because I don't know where he's being left. I don't know by the end of the episode and I guess that's why I like the show. I mean,
Yeah.
I like it, but why I'm drawn in, I guess, is because like weird, strange things happen, and I'm just like, I don't understand, what.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the episode, I don't get it. Like, um,
I read your book.
look, I came to class, I did the work, I don't understand. Holy Anna reference for you Mammoth fans. Um. But yeah, pretty interesting episode. Not to like start the podcast off in a negative way, but I didn't really love this episode. When I've only rewatched it once. I'm on my second rewatch, kind of in the middle of a second rewatch of it. So please forgive us because I know you, Justin, only watched it once
Yeah.
too. So forgive us for inaccuracies and probably some extra time we'll need to like remember some things. But yeah, after I watched the episode the first time, I was like, oh, I didn't really like that. I was like, I think this is the worst episode I've seen of this show. Now granted, there's some craziness things that happen. And that's interesting, the crazy interesting stuff. But just on like a plot level, character level, I thought, oh, I didn't really like this. I wasn't that engaged. I wasn't like, by the end of it, I'm like, nothing really happened. I guess it's kind of like an incremental move, I guess, of the story. They kind of move forward a little bit. I guess really the B story, because the A story is, whatever is happening with Kevin and Nora and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't really love this episode. But there's this article we were just talking about before the podcast, calling this episode, the best episode, or the best strange episode, or something like that. I was like, yeah, really, come on. Like the hotel episodes, I think, really kind of are more interesting than this thing. But yeah. So what did you what did you think?
Uh yeah, I wouldn't I definitely enjoyed the episode. I wouldn't call it like the worst ever or anything like that. I wouldn't say it's the greatest either. I agree. Like those other episodes were on another level. Um, in a way, like it wasn't. I mean, it was a little bit like a Mad episode, but it also wasn't exactly like the other Mad episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Which I guess is fine. I mean, if you do the same formula too many times, maybe it just gets repetitive after a while. But uh,
So in what way are you saying it was different?
well, I
Right,
I
right.
guess I guess I guess in his previous episodes, it felt like there was a lot more of uh he has some, like, it didn't there weren't as many stages or something. I mean, like, everything just happens on the boat,
Mm-hmm.
and I guess in his other stories there was a lot of like, I've got this problem, and
Mm-hmm.
so I need to go here, but then this other problem arises, and then he fixes this one problem, and then there's something else that comes up, and you know what I mean? It's this like
Mm-hmm.
constant back and forth struggle. This episode didn't really
It
play out
wasn't.
like that.
Yeah, it wasn't quite. I mean, it was kind of like, yeah, he had a problem. He had to go fly to
Yeah.
Australia, and they go to, and then there's a problem on the boat. But it wasn't like this kind of never-ending onslaught of conflict for Matt.
Yeah,
driving the whole
exactly.
story, and he kind of shares it with the other characters on the boat,
Yeah, yeah. It was less focused on Matt than the other Matt
hmm
episodes also. And I would say like functionally it's getting the characters to Australia.
Yep.
Um that's really all that gets accomplished. I mean, besides all this character stuff, and I guess this stuff with David Burden slash God, um, which I mean,
Jeez.
to me, that stuff was the most interesting stuff in the episode. I think
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
if you take that stuff out, um, I I I might be more inclined to agree with you that like
Yeah.
the rest of it was kind of just like colorful filler.
Yeah, for sure. And I thought like the David Burton stuff, like so one of my pet peeves in storytelling, and it's just the personal thing, is I get really anxious slash upset when I'm seeing when I see characters, when I'm kind of forced to like sit through something that I know is not what it appears to be. So like this whole David Burton is God thing, like he's not God. And if you think he's God, you have a problem. I was a little irked just having to kind of sit, even though it's interesting to finally meet this person we've kind of heard, sort of about in this kind of minor way here and there. Definitely like interesting, but also, I was just dealing with like being irked of like, come on, Matt, why do you think he's God? Like, why? Like it just, I'm not convinced. He hasn't convinced me. How has he convinced you? Or anybody else? That whole thing. Also it reminded me of like how I felt with on Homeland when like spoiler alert if you haven't seen the latest season of Homeland, but when Carrie's kid is taken,
Oh,
that kind of like I don't know, there's this weird tension that I feel that I'm just like, it's unfair, I don't like that this is happening, and who's behind it, and all this stuff, and I kind of felt that way with this, where it just I don't know, I'm not explaining myself that well, I don't think, but like just this weird like just being unnerved by people getting duped, I guess, is sort of a thing I don't like. So it had that quality to it, which kind of I think lessened, my enjoyment of the episode, because it was all around kind of revolving around this guy who from the beginning I don't think is God, and he didn't do anything to convince me in this episode he was God. So I'm like, well, what's the why are the why are these people convinced? Um, yeah, I think that was kind of where I was coming from.
were they convinced?
Well, there's okay. The main characters, our main characters don't necessarily seem convinced, and Matt doesn't necessarily seem convinced by the end of the episode. But I mean, the other people in the world, the people on the boat seem to think he's God. I mean, they, like we'll get to that scene, where Matt's nose is bleeding, and one of the crew members on the ship says, "Oh, God punched you in the face, huh?" Yahweh, the God. And I took that to mean that he thought the guy was God. Now, I guess you could say he was being facetious or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I mean, I thought the idea was like everybody
But
knows
he's
that's what
he's
he
killing people
says.
though. But that's the thing. This guy knows he's killing
Well,
people.
they're
He
gonna
throws people
arrest
over.
him at the end, so I mean, they
But
couldn't have
they
been that
haven't been
reverent.
arresting him before. They're only arresting him because Matt took it to the captain. Like, but this crew guy knows that God goes around, punching people potentially, and throwing people overboard, and he hasn't done anything about it. He's happy and smiling about it. So
Yeah,
why would he let the guy off unless he thinks he's God, or has that impunity that they mentioned, he's when he's like, I'm the authority, that kind of thing.
mm-hmm.
So that's why I took it to think, and they said it, sort of offhand, that other people think that he's God, because of this, because of
Yeah,
his
yeah,
whole.
yeah. I mean, I'm sure some people do. It's just like, I mean, the people on the boat, I don't know, they have that whole like lion thing. Like, it didn't, I don't know, it didn't seem to me like they were paying him that much attention. I was kind of wondering why he was even there.
Well, again, well, that's what the crew guy said, that he just likes to be on the ferry. He just likes the ferry from to Tasmania to whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds a little contrived, but that's
Yeah.
kind of the explanation you get.
But how
I
did he
agree.
get on the list? Did he
The
just
people
tell
in
a
the
really good
origin.
joke, or like what happened?
I'm sorry, say it again.
How did he get on the list? I mean, they had to go through a whole thing.
Well, he's God. He's a friend of the captain, sort of.
Oh, he
So
knows the
yeah, I don't know.
captain.
I mean, to me, that's the only reason that he got in, was because, and again, the captain doesn't seem to believe that he's God either. So
No.
I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of confused about that angle of it. But that, you know, even just talking about it and not even being able to figure out what happened is confusing and unnerving. So that's kind of what I was feeling during this episode of just being like exacerbated. You know, it's just it's hard to watch people believe something I think is inaccurate or wrong, or they have misinformation, and it's just a weird tension. And yeah, so that's kind of overshadowed, you know, the episode for me.
It just,
That's
I guess it didn't
probably
seem to
my
me.
favorite Matt episode, you know, of the three, of the big three. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It didn't seem. I can agree with that. It didn't seem to me like anyone. I don't know. Like they weren't like openly worshiping him. It didn't seem like they were even paying
well,
him that
you
much
know, yeah,
attention.
but again, like, but you know, he goes and he's got these cards. Apparently, people come up to him, so he's got these business
Yeah,
cards,
yeah.
sort of thing that explains. I took their lack of interest in him in this episode, you know, just like he's done this, he's been around. They know he's around, so you know what I mean. But I agree. If you think anyone walking around is God for
Yeah.
real, you know, that should tell you something.
I
You
would
know,
pay some
you should be
attention.
expecting things from that person, and I guess we'll get into a little bit later, you know, about what he claims to know about history, especially cosmological history,
Right.
and stuff
Mm-hmm.
like that, which was strange to me because I'm like, why do you even know? And then the sudden departure made you God. You weren't God before, but somehow the sudden departure or your death thereafter made you God. And is that how God is made? Like, you know what I mean? It was just
Yeah.
a or are you the Christian God? Are you a God? Are you a lowercase g God? You know what I mean? Are you a Maynad? Is this a Twin
He
Peaks
seems to be the
Midnight?
god from the Bible. I mean, he references all those Bible
Twin
stories.
Peaks, True Blood, Maynad thing. Oh, it's true. Yeah, okay, yeah, the Christian God. All right, great.
Yeah.
Uh, Disney,
Or
you know,
Jewish
obviously,
or whatever. I mean, that whole
yeah,
tradition.
call him Yahweh. Um, yeah, I guess we'll dive in more when we get to his part. But you know, I got spoiled a little bit on this, the idea that the fearsome foursome here was coming to Australia. I think it was like the promo after the last episode. The promo for this episode played after the last episode, and I saw them like on a plane. I'm like, oh no, turn off.
Yeah.
So that's what I was kind of referencing, I think, last podcast when I think I was a part. I was like, I kind of know what's going to happen in the next episode. Um,
Right. Yeah. I was kind of expecting this. Like, it felt to me like all of the weight of the story was in Australia, and it like going back to Jarden, it was feeling more and more like a dead loose end that wasn't
mhm.
really going anywhere, and so it just felt to me
It's
like
not only a loose end, but it's a dead loose
dead
end.
loose end. Exactly.
Dead loose end, dead.
Like they killed off the Pillar Man, and Kevin and Nora leave, and then it's just like
Hmm.
and yeah, and Lori's like, you gotta come back, you got responsibilities, and it's just like there's only 4 episodes left. Like
Well,
I
and just in terms of them kind of closing it down, I would also add, you know, they got rid of the whole state park thing where there's, you know,
yeah,
you let people
the
in and the whole
bracelets
visitor,
and all
like
that.
that whole
Yeah,
thing they got rid of, which made the town interesting too. Yeah, I'd add that to the list of things they were kind of like wrapping up.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, and that's the thing I think Matt doesn't necessarily know or understand is that there could be other magical, quote unquote, magical places on the earth, not just Miracle. You know, he was putting all his chips in that basket.
Right. Yeah, yeah, and there's a little bit of dialogue later with John where it's like, we're not going to get back in time for
Hmm.
the 14th. Like, you should just accept that whatever's going to happen is going to happen here in Australia.
Which is huge for Matt's character because it calls into question. I mean, you know, that kind of thing. You know, you kind of think about a lot when there's stories involving time travel and somebody knows the future or something. And should you do this? Will that change the future, or is that part of the plan for the future? You know, and that that kind of relates to this
Right.
whole idea about what he thinks is going to happen on the 7th anniversary of the sudden departure. But yeah, he's got, even though he's sort of plugged in and believes in these larger than life forces, he still is trying to exert this control over it to make it be the way he thinks it should be, which, you know, on one hand, in terms of, you know, religiosity, that makes sense because he, you know, he feels he's got a part to play in this thing. But like John says, like, you can't control that. Like, why do you think you like control this? You know what I mean? Like, if Kevin is supposed to be in Australia on the 7th anniversary, then that's what's gonna you know,
Yeah.
theoretically is what's gonna happen. And yeah, I think there's an idea that if there is fate, then fate will make it work out right. You know, it seems it's a little incongruous to me for Matt to think in this whole big idea of fate and what's kind of fated to happen, yet he thinks he can affect fate in a way where it won't turn out the way it's supposed to, you know, like, so Kevin doesn't get back to Miracle and somehow whatever's supposed to happen doesn't happen. Well, but if it's fate, shouldn't it happen? Shouldn't a miracle happen to get them back in time if that's what's actually supposed to happen, you know?
Right. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Exactly. So,
Um
yeah, I'm just going to say it at this point as a prediction. Like, I don't think they're going back there.
yeah, you know, I kind of was like, maybe they'll go. We talked about that before. Maybe they'll get there right before the 7th anniversary. But yeah, I mean, the only character missing is Tommy.
Right.
Tommy and Jill are missing from this
Yeah.
part. So maybe, and
And
Jill's
Jill's
kind of
not
off
even
the
in Jordan.
show.
Yeah, I think she's
Yeah,
done.
I feel like she'll show up before. Well, she did kind of make. What did she say? I guess I'll never see you again, or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Which is
felt like
weird.
that was her sort of, you know,
Yeah,
Regina King, Erica scene where it was
but
like, there she is. That's it.
I, I I don't know. I guess we can talk about that too at some point. But come back to Jill's place in this whole story. It's weird to me that they would not have her back at all because I don't feel like her story was really done at all. But um, compared to like Regina King, it was very clear that she was in a good place and didn't sort of need any more storytelling for her conflicts or anything because she didn't really have any. And I guess Jill seemed okay, but
I
I
felt
was
like Jill's story was done after season 1 in a way. Like, she didn't have much to do in season 2.
yeah, yeah, and they kind of dropped the whole her and Michael romance thing, and
Yeah, that was a very minor subplot because I mean, that gave her something to do, but it was very, she was mostly just reacting to what the other characters
wow,
were doing.
she was mostly just babysitting. Let's be
And,
honest.
and that, I mean, you know, in season 1, she actually got plot lines of her own, you
Well,
know,
that's the
she
thing.
took the
Question
baby
is,
Jesus.
well, yeah, and no one cared.
And no one cared. That was a whole episode.
Yeah, yeah, that's almost like a lost, you know, season 3 episode or something like
Yeah,
the
totally.
baby just Jack's tattoo episode or something. Um, but yeah, I mean, the
It's a little
question
better than
is,
that one, but yeah.
you know, not to get on too much of a tangent from this episode, but is Jill okay? Like, can Jill be okay again? That's the big question. Can anybody be, you know, that was Jill's big
Mm-hmm.
question. Can anyone be okay again? And like at a certain point, the answer was no. And she, you know, the end of the season, she joins the Guilty Remnant.
Yeah.
And then, you know, obviously the end of the season, they burn all that down, which I love. You know, rewatching, I love that whole thing because it's like, oh my God, she joined the Guilty Remnant. Oh no, we're going to get all these episodes with her and the Guilty Remnant. And it's like,
Right.
no, as soon as she joins, the house burns down.
Instantly, yeah,
And
that was it for her
and
time in the
it's
Guilty
even
Remnant.
a thing. Yeah. But yeah, you're right. But I guess I need to finish my season 2 rewatch to see where we leave off on Jill to kind of piece together what I feel like the end of her character arc is.
I don't think they really show it, but I think the last step in her story, which I'm gonna now assume just happened off screen, is reconciling with Lori. I think that was the last thing that
Yeah, that's fair.
hadn't really happened because I think she and Kevin were pretty much okay, and she and Nora were pretty much okay after they hashed it out. So yeah, I feel like it's that's kind of at the beginning of season 2. Yeah, so I feel like that was the big thing, and I feel like it's implied that happens by what we saw in the first episode, and the ending of season 2 where they're all together. But yeah, I don't know. It sort of seems like, just like with Tommy, it just seems like once they reconcile with the parents, there wasn't another step to their story, and it seems like they've both gotten left behind.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't seen Jill at all except for briefly in the first episode, so
Mm-hmm.
it just seems to me like much like the Guilty Remnant, who I guess could always surprise us, but
Mm-hmm.
they have yet to show up, and there's only 3 episodes left, so sort of like how important can they be at this point?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's been 3 years since that period of time, so
Exactly.
All right, you want to get into the episode?
Sure. So oh god, the start of this episode.
The start of the episode, indeed.
So yeah, so we started the episode. I guess we're on like a French nuclear submarine.
Mm-hmm. Lay
If anybody
submarine,
had that
please.
theory, what?
Lay submarine.
Thank you. Um, if anyone had the theory that this was what
Right.
caused the explosion, like give yourself a hearty pat
Yeah,
on the back.
I was thinking about that too. Like, okay, could I have guessed this? Could I have guessed that, not necessarily a submarine, but that there was a nuclear explosion and in the South Pacific, and I'm like, it's just a little bit too far to guess, but because where I was a bit confused in my hypothesizing was, they closed down the airport. The explosion seemed big enough to close down the airport, and I was like, well, maybe that just means the explosion was close to the airport.
Right.
But the idea that an explosion would prevent, and that's the only way I would have gotten to this crazy idea, is that the idea that an explosion would have prevented air travel outside of the to other destinations. What would have done that? A nuclear explosion,
Right.
something big enough to like irradiate the atmosphere, and that would ground planes and stuff. But yeah, what a weird opening. I think there's some kind of like some kind of what do you call it, like a I don't know, an award show or something for all of these like one-off characters we've had on the show who have like nothing to do with the main plot of the show and are
Yeah.
usually in these like opening scenes and going through like probably the worst time of their lives and doing these things that affect our characters or affect the world or something, but like we don't find out really any details about them. There's like all these characters that are like that,
Right.
which I find pretty interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess this guy, maybe it has something to do with the 14th. I don't know what his reason is. Obviously, we never learn what
Hmm.
his reason
Hmm.
is, but we open up and he's naked, and he's gonna get the keys to to the nuclear missiles, I guess, whatever's loaded on the submarine.
Hmm.
And so like he knocks another officer out and takes the key, and then he locks himself in the room where you launch it, and then he has to do this. It really reminded me of the whole thing from Lost, the bear cages, where you had to like
Yeah.
hit the button and the
Hmm.
thing at the same
Good call.
time to like make the
Hmm.
fish biscuit come out. Like he had to
Yeah.
like stretch his toes to turn the key, because I guess it's supposed to be two people.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, that when he got both keys and he was running towards the door, I'm like, don't you need two people? I mean, don't you need like two people to turn them at the same time? I thought that was kind of part of the safety, security feature
Yeah.
of the whole thing. And then they saw like how he got around that, which I'm like, I hope the the governments around the world who design submarines take this into account, that if you're sufficiently tall and limber enough, you
Yeah.
can get around that. Because if this guy was like an inch shorter, he wouldn't have
It
been
wouldn't
able
have
to do
worked.
this. Yeah,
Yeah.
which I found pretty interesting and fairly Lindelofian in a way of like just perfect enough. But yeah, the
Yep.
first shot of this guy with his face, and I'm just like, oh, he's not happy. Oh, geez,
Yeah.
something's up with him. And like the way the whole rewatching the scene was interesting, because like I noticed how he took there was like a phone, an iPhone or something playing music, but he disconnected that and put on his what is it, iPod, his little iPod Shuffle or something.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, well, why would you? Because I thought that was like his room or something at first. So I was like, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just play your song on your other thing that's already playing music? But I guess the idea is this is the second guy's room, and obviously the first guy, the naked guy, wants to kind of die playing this song, so he puts his song on, but he puts it
Right.
loud enough that the second guy is like, what's this noise coming from my room? Let me go check
Right.
it out. And so the guy's like waiting for him. But it's interesting that the naked guy seems to at least be one of the two people who has the keys, right? Because he starts out with the
He
keys.
starts out with key.
So
yeah.
he is a senior officer or
Seemingly,
whatever.
yeah.
But again, it called into question. Like, I'm like, geez, that this could happen. Apparently all it takes is
yeah.
one guy to go crazy, and have the right moves to
Yeah.
kind of launch.
Maybe he does le ballet.
Le ballet. Yeah, he does. He's French. Why wouldn't he? Yeah. Thought that was a very interesting. But again, like, is the explosion just to ground them in Australia? I guess at this point that's the only answer.
Kind of
right?
seems like it. Yeah.
And it seems like if he wanted to do something for the 14th, like, wouldn't he wait to the 14th to do
Yeah,
that?
you would think so.
Maybe starting Armageddon or something, getting it rolling before the
Right.
first 14th. And the fact that it hit like an uninhabited island, I thought was strange too, because it basically means there's no real consequence. He didn't start an international war or anything by
So
by
it
by
said
hitting.
that on the news report.
Yeah. It said on the news report that it was like I believe. Now I'm forgetting.
Uninhabited island in the South Pacific? Really? Interesting.
That's what I'm confused about. I'm not sure if it. I think it said uninhabited. I'm not sure if the word uninhabited was said. That's the sense I got. I'd have to
Right.
go look at that scene again. But I did think when they said South Pacific, I did assume they bombed the island, right? I did.
Yep.
I mean, that's what happened. They bombed the island for
Yeah.
loss.
Yeah.
And I also was like, oh, maybe that's why in the Flash Sideways the island's
I
underwater.
was just gonna say that. We finally got the answer.
We got the answer why it was underwater. Yeah. This guy bombed it.
Because that was never explained. And it's like, well, that's when the island died. It went to the bottom of the ocean when the bomb went off. And there you go.
Are you saying the whole show of The Leftovers takes place in the Lost Flash Sideways?
That's kind of what it seems like.
Basically, maybe all of our characters in Leftovers are dead the whole time. Maybe this is the show time. Oh my god, dude, that would be the best ending of the show. Not because it's a good ending on its own, but just as a slap in the face.
It would be such a troll.
God, yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Like, wouldn't that be the best? Like, okay, you wanted a show where they were dead all the time, motherfucker. Here's a show where they were dead the whole time, and you didn't even think of that. Like, I really hit it this time. Yeah, that would be interesting. Like, everybody died, and everyone who was left behind from the sudden departure are the dead ones.
Right.
And maybe that's the thing. Maybe the people who departed didn't actually leave. It's the people who stayed who departed, right? There's your twist.
Ooh. Yeah, that would be a twist.
It'll be like The Walking Dead on The Walking Dead when they're like, we're The Walking Dead. The humans are The Walking Dead.
I think you
mentioned
mentioned that last week, and now it seems like, yeah, like I don't think they'll do that, but that actually seems like a semi-plausible theory to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can see it.
Thematically, like, it would work out. It would kind of make sense if somehow they realize that they're, and I think that would have to happen after we see like real proof of a supernatural event. Like maybe something really does happen on the 7th anniversary, and then we're like, oh god, they just proved, objectively something supernatural happened. Like, this is crazy, and then they reveal like, yes, because they're in a supernatural world, because they're all dead or something.
Right. So, like, we're not really the leftovers. The people who departed are the leftovers. Oh, God. Yeah. I could see it. It's not totally crazy.
Yeah, something to keep in mind, But I did, immediately think of Lost when they were like, island in the South Pacific. And I was like, yeah, okay, he just bombed the island.
Yeah, and a submarine too. It's such a weird
Submarine,
thing.
an island, and a nuclear bomb. I mean, that's all lost.
It is, yeah. It's just it seems like there's no way that can't all be a coincidence. I'm sure that was at least somewhere in his mind when they were writing that.
Well, that article we were reading off podcast that was talking about this episode, they spend quite a bit of time kind of explaining. I mean, not necessarily explaining, but describing how they write the episodes a bit. In terms of like they're trying to figure out a story beat, and so they just have all the writers go home and do homework or something and come up with a bunch of pitches, and they just go around and pitch the best ideas. And it's interesting knowing that, because then you see how you get like, okay, so why can't they leave Australia? Okay, well the airports are down, so they can't fly back. Okay, why are the airports down? And then the best pitch was a nuclear bomb goes off.
Right.
Okay, great. Now, how do we make a nuclear bomb go off? And they reverse engineer it and all that.
Right. And that's where you get the craziness.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like, yeah, you don't start with,
Yeah, you don't start with the intuitive, simple thing and work your way to crazy. You start with your crazy and you work your way backwards.
Yeah, exactly. There was this French guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm interested why French in particular.
Yeah, they used it for the theme music too. There were a number of French songs in this episode. It was weirdly French themed, even though like aside from the submarine thing, I mean, nothing else in the episode had anything to do with France or Frenchness or whatever. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really understand why that was such a big thing, but
yeah, and I guess they hit an island owned by the United Kingdom, and there's that line in the show where he's like, "What are they trying to get revenge or for blah blah blah?" I was like, "Oh man, I wish I knew more history because I've never heard of this conflict that you just mentioned."
Like, yeah. I think it was Agincourt.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that famous. The Battle of Agincourt was a major. I'm just going to tell you what I think it was. It was a major English victory in the 100 Years' War.
The famous 100 Years' War.
Don't you remember the 100 Years' War?
Mm-hmm.
Fact, the 100 Years' War lasted 116 years.
Nice.
The battle took place on Friday, October 25th, 1415.
Wait,
it was a while ago. The battle took place on October 25th, 1415.
Oh, I thought I heard October 14th.
No.
Which I thought that would have been an interesting thing.
Sorry, the 1400s.
Yeah, 1400s, October 25th. Okay.
October 25th, yeah.
Okay, Azincourt. Sorry, I didn't know that one. Missed my British history class. I was busy playing StarCraft. All right. Okay, cool.
Agincourt, of course.
All right, you want to go to the next part?
Sure. Right. So then we cut to Matt. He's going to a member of his congregation and trying to convince him to fly him and two of his companions. I guess this would be John and Michael.
Sorry, you broke up a little bit.
Oh.
Sorry, you broke up a little bit. Where we convince him to what?
He's trying to convince him to fly himself and John and Michael to Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Presumably, I guess what happened. Like I expected this to be on screen, but I guess off screen. The news that Kevin was in Australia traveled. I guess Laurie told John and he told Matt, something like that. I'm guessing that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And so he decides he has to go there. I guess the original plan is to bring him back. Anyway, he tries to talk to this guy who's, there's some business. He's got, special humanitarian.
He needs the money.
Permission. Yeah, he needs the money. He's got a sick mother. And, even though planes are grounded, they'll make an exception. you know, so it's like, all
Mm-hmm.
right, hey, so the first part is just kind of negotiating. Of course he agrees eventually.
Mm-hmm.
um
He's the new Frank.
and yeah, you're right.
You always need a pilot on the Lindelof show. There's always a guy who needs to fly a plane
He's
or a
totally
helicopter
the
somewhere.
Frank. That's interesting. um it's kind of a thankless role, but you know, they do their job, and you need them
Mm-hmm.
to do that
And
job
do you know
because,
why I know the plane was faked?
oh
Because
god.
I was supposed to fly it. Dun dun dun. It's great.
But it's like, but wait, why does that make sense?
What is what makes it?
Why does that, sorry, not to do a little Lost Lowdown, but like, why does that mean it's faked?
Oh, actually, I think what he ends up saying, I don't know, maybe I got my quote wrong, but what
Oh
he ends
right, I forgot. He
is that,
recognized
yeah, the pilot,
the
it was married,
pilot.
but the corpse on the thing didn't have a wedding
A
ring, or
ring,
maybe,
yeah, that's what it was.
yeah.
That's what it was.
And yeah,
Exactly.
so I just looked at the episode again, this little scene. I'm sorry, and they do say, or the quote is, early reports say the island was uninhabited,
Mm-hmm. I
which,
bet
you
they
know,
do.
it's uninhabited now.
Mm-hmm.
Now that it blowed up.
Exactly.
But yeah, okay, cool.
Um. Okay, so I guess the idea is like the three wise men are gonna go.
Jeez, don't get me started. Because it's like, listen, are you the three wise men? Or are you the three disciples? You know,
They want to
Matt,
be
John,
both.
you know, yeah. Like, which one is it? Because the three disciples weren't the three wise men. Okay,
Right.
can you
Right.
be both?
Yeah. 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 I mean, the what do you call that kind of thing? Allegory? Uh. What? Uh. What's the word for that?
For what?
Like how they're trying to say, you know, Kevin's story is like Jesus's story. Like what's the there's some term for that. Um, you know, the comparison. I mean, but there's a, anyway, whatever. You know what I mean? I think there's a word for that. The comparison is kind of stretched, pretty thin, I would say.
Yeah, we talked about that last episode. You know, like Kevin's not doing the miracles Jesus was
Yeah.
doing. He's only got that one trick of
He has
resurrection.
no parables. He has no teachings.
He's not teaching. Yeah.
Yeah, the authorities don't want to arrest him for, you know, having a following that wants to overthrow the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
I guess it doesn't need to be that specific, but you know, like he doesn't even have a following.
You sure the Italians aren't after Kevin?
Actually,
You're
I'm
in a
not.
bit of trouble.
I could almost see the next episode starting with the Italians are after Kevin.
I kind of do see that, like some weird way they kind of yeah, I know what you're saying. Allegory does seems like the kind of the right word. But yeah, like some sort of metaphor or comparison of,
so
like,
yeah, some kind of
yeah.
literary term, but I don't know, for some reason I can't. Either there isn't, either it's just one of those. I don't know what it is. Anyway, it's just, yeah, it's kind of it's I get why they want to do it, but it's kind of like not really believable. I feel like they should be emphasizing that he's the new savior. He's not like Jesus. He's different.
He's Jesus 2.0.
Jesus 2.0, exactly.
Yeah. This Jesus has an Instagram account and tattoos. Yeah, you know, and that's the thing. I think Lori mentions that about she uses the term second coming of Jesus, which I thought was a specific term to use. So because it's like Jesus came back, but not as Jesus that we knew, or that was described in the Bible, but through this other new guy, you know,
right,
who's a completely different person. Which calls into question, you know, I'm not a biblical scholar, but
no.
I know it says it on my business card, but despite what it says on my business card, I'm not a biblical scholar. But I don't know. It kind of was interesting to me. thinking about Jesus as just being or a normal person who people can attributed these things to, like Kevin. Kevin wasn't immaculately concepted or anything like that. He didn't have any kind of special birth thing that we know about.
Right.
But yet he's kind of in this revered situation now, and it just made me think of like, yeah, that's right. Like, if you were around at that time, yeah, maybe uh, you know, you wouldn't have known necessarily that Jesus was special until he started doing special things. I don't know. I just thought that was kind of interesting, as just a normal, and I guess they do that with
Well,
David
they
Byrne
knew
too.
because of the prophecy.
What was the prophecy?
Well,
Oh, yeah, the whole, his whole the star north.
yeah,
What was it? Star in the sky and the three wise men and the
sounds about
Savior is
right.
born. That whole stuff. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, I guess that okay, it is a little bit different. So
Which reminds me that the three wise men were there for the birth, which also breaks down as far as the metaphor goes.
yeah, they also brought gifts, and I
Yep.
don't know gifts they're gonna have for Kevin. It'd be interesting if they have something weird like that they try to connect,
Right.
or like Matt's like, hey Kevin, here's a jacket. You need a jacket. You're cold. And Matt, John is like, oh, here's some gum. Like just like little
Frankincense,
things,
flavored
and maybe
gum.
like super minor things, but maybe they'll do something like that.
Right. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
They're definitely into that. Although I think by the end of the episode, I don't know how committed any of them are to it anymore.
Great. They all lose their faith by the end.
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't go that far, but it seems to me like a lot of them are less committed by the end than they were at the beginning of the season.
That's what a lion orgy will do to you.
Hey, that could have been a subtitle.
It's a mad world. What a lion orgy will do to your faith.
Exactly.
A play in 5 acts.
Yeah.
I'll buy it.
Pretty much.
Cool. Anything else with this scene here with this guy? The pilot seemed really normal. There's nothing crazy.
Yeah.
Like, cause even like Frank is crazy from the beginning. Jeff Fahey is crazy.
Oh yeah, he was always a weirdo.
It's like normal. Did you expect, so after the French guy presses the button and they cut to like that exterior shot of this guy's house, like Matt, did you expect like that to blow up?
Yes. That's how cinematic language works. That's what it's supposed to happen. It's supposed to explode.
That's how cinematic language works. Couldn't say it better myself. Yep, that's what you're supposed to think, and you're just waiting.
I was waiting the whole time. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Until I saw Matt, I was waiting, and then I'm like, "Oh, okay,
Yeah.
they're not gonna do it, Matt."
Well, yeah, exactly. But then it also didn't even make sense to me. I was like, "Why is the submarine gonna make this house?" Like, I didn't get it. But
and it also looked like Australia to me.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're shooting that in Australia and it's supposed to be, Texas.
Oh,
but
yeah, I think they did shoot some of the season in Australia. It's possible that they...
I don't know why, but I've never been to Australia, but I swear, like, that shot of that house, I'm like, oh, this is Australia. Okay, we're back in Australia. Okay, what now? And then, like, Matt was there, and I'm like, how is he in Australia already?
Right.
And then once he said, like, I need a plane to go to Australia, and I was like, oh, okay, this is supposed to be Miracle or somewhere in Texas.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I guess, like, yeah, I agree. It did look like Australia. I wouldn't be surprised if it was. I guess it depends on how they did the scheduling and the shooting, and you know what I mean? Like the writing, when they had the script ready, I could totally see them doing a one-off scene because it's just like a house by itself.
It's just that exterior shot, yeah.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be surprised if they did that in Australia. It would make sense.
Yeah. Cool.
So yeah, I guess are you ready for the next bit here? So then we go to the tarmac, they're waiting around, and it turns out that there's a fourth wise man.
And she's a woman.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I guess Lori's gonna come along. And let's see. Right.
She's got the weirdest look in her face when she walks up to him.
She mentions that he only, yeah, I guess so. I guess that confirms what I was saying. I guess I didn't just like assume that. I guess it's stated that she's the only reason they even know that Kevin's in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that's kind of interesting. I guess when they left, they didn't tell anyone.
Mm-hmm.
They're just like fucking gone, and nobody knows where they went. And then out of nowhere, Kevin calls Lori. It's like, I'm in Australia. It's like, what?
Yeah, exactly. They didn't tell anybody where they were going. I mean, I guess even Tommy doesn't know.
I guess not.
And he's probably wondering where his dad slash boss is.
Yeah. Big day coming
And
up.
it actually would have been a nice line to have in this scene if Lori said, like, you know, and Tommy's calling me wondering where Kevin is, you know, or whatever. Or I had to tell, you know, just like at least like get that thread out of the way, you know, because I'm sure that's a thing they have to think about. You know, yeah. This whole thing is such a interesting scene. But yeah, that idea. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. It's been 3 years since anything miraculous happened to Kevin. I forgot that. I know there was a 3 year jump, but you know, but once they started writing the book, I was like, oh, for some reason, it just made me think the miracles in the book or whatever happened more recently. But Lori says it here in this scene, like 3 years ago, this stuff happened to Kevin. You know.
Right.
So I find that strange. You know that they're not even. First of all, that it took them this long to write the book. I don't know when they started.
Oh, that reminds me of something. Because I saw the previously on this week, and they showed this scene between Matt and Kevin Senior, where they're talking about the book. Matt asked Kevin Senior, "Can you scan it? Can you scan it and send it to me?" And he says, "No, I already threw it away. You need to get over it."
Yeah.
You know, I think that confirms there's no electronic copy of the book
that Matt knows about.
Well, yeah, that Matt knows about.
That's
I mean, I guess I would assume if Michael made an electronic copy, he would tell Matt about it. But
well, you might also assume if Kevin and Nora went to Australia, they'd tell.
Fair enough. But it at least means, yeah, Matt doesn't know about one, so it seems very possible that there's no electronic copy.
I think that's the way it should be. You know, there's people who think, there's a theory out there that people think that Michael has been secretly putting the book online to people and stuff like that. But I feel like in this
world, the Michael
conspiracy, that stuff is nothing but like super interesting fan fiction, right? Because like there's so many other people, it seems like, that have this claim to fame. You know, Kevin would just be another David Burton. He'd just be another person. He'd be another Holy Wayne. He'd just be another in hundreds of people who have things probably online and YouTube claiming to be, you know, God and I'm sure other things.
Yep.
You know, so I don't know how much acclaim it would really get. You know, it's like, oh my God, he almost died once and then came back, you know, and then died twice and resurrected. You know, ooh, you know, like. I just feel like there's probably other people, you know, we at least know David Burton died once. So it's like there's probably other people who went through that. And really any halfway miraculous or improbable event, people will translate into being a claim to the miraculous.
Right. Yeah. I agree. I it seems to me like that one page, you know, explains that. Now, I guess the only thing we really don't know is the flash forward from the first episode when the nun or whatever that gets the birds from Nora asks about Kevin. Like, we don't know why she says that. If that has anything to do with the book, but I don't think it even has to have anything to do with the book.
I don't think it has to do with why would it have anything to do with the book?
I mean, there's no reason except that the book's about Kevin, so like maybe, but yeah, I to me, I'm ready to believe that like the book thing is over.
Like, yeah, I think the book is over. I don't know. It's not about the book anymore.
I don't think it's about the book, and Kevin Senior's like dismissive, like you gotta get over that book. And he's like, go fuck yourself. Like, damn.
Yeah, it's great. Right. Yeah, the way his life work, you know.
Well, there you go. shouldn't have mailed it to him. I mean, that's
Thought he could trust him.
it's a finite resource. Um, but yeah, it's a prediction I have. I think the book has served its purpose. And what I suspect is that when she's asking about Kevin, I think it's not going to be what we were thinking at the time. Like, I think it's just such a David Lindelof thing to do. It just reminds me of season 6 of Lost. That whole thing of like, did the bomb create the flash sideways? The thing that they're implying in episode 1 that the maybe the reason she's asking about Kevin is the book is not what it's going to end up being.
Yeah, I think a lot of times the obvious thing is not the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a prediction I'm going to make. We'll see how that goes.
But yeah, I mean, there's still the book in the trash. I can see a scene of them going, "Oh, look, somebody found the book."
It could happen.
And only the most interesting parts were left, after the rain destroyed the boring parts.
Of course. Did I say this about the book on the podcast? Sorry, one more thing. I feel like I said it, but I just want to make sure in case I didn't. We find out, Nora, reads a little portion from the book, and it's about like pushing Patty into the well. Which means that his adventures in the hotel were like narrated in some detail. Yeah. Which makes me wonder, does it mention that he saw Mary there?
Clearly not.
I mean, I guess clearly not, but then like, why not? It's weird.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. The reason I say clearly not, because if Matt knew that, and then he knew his wife woke up in Miracle,
yeah,
that would be an extra claim to fame for Kevin. He did say, what did he say? But I think it was more about Patty, because that's what he said, something about like freeing the pain of the dead or something like that.
Yeah,
it was more about Patty. But yeah, that's I don't know if you mentioned that, but that's a good point. That's a detail that was probably left out, and maybe he didn't want to mention it. Kind of like the similar thing of Lori not wanting to mention that Kevin saw Evie because you don't want to hurt John, sort of a thing.
Right.
But again, like.
But by the time Kevin came back, Mary was back. Like why not mention it? I don't get it.
Yeah, I would love a line of. Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say I would love a line getting, connecting those dots,
Yeah.
Or if Mary remembers seeing Kevin or whatever.
It feels like the show is conspiring to never have like a scene where they can really put it to the test. Like whether the hotel thing was true in an objective, like whether it was all in Kevin's head or not, I mean, I'll buy that even some of it was, but like, yeah, like it seems like they've gotten rid of, every obstacle that, that could potentially like answer that question in a clear way.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think that's definitely by design.
Yeah. Yeah. It's frustrating because I feel like they have the tools, and there's some more in this episode. Yep. But it's like, well, we could talk about the problems with this episode, but I guess, one problem with, David Burton is that like no one knows what he looks like, so no one knows that, and he never mentioned his name in the hotel. So there's no way anyone knows that this is the guy that presumably, I mean, he was there, right? They mentioned the guy on the bridge in the part that Nora read from, right? So he is in the book, and they just don't realize it.
That's actually an interesting point. Well, David Burton's dead now. I was going to say, what if he found out about that he's in the book or something? But yeah, I think, that's an interesting point. Yeah, the book. I hope we're done with the book. I hope we're done with the book.
I think we're done with the book, but I agree that it's,
So it
It's
can't be about the
possible.
book. It just can't be about the book
Yeah, I
because
doubt it's about the
the
book.
book isn't based on anything actionable. It's based on it's not worth solving. You know what I mean? The book isn't
Yeah.
isn't the mystery of the show.
Right.
The keys to what's happening is not in the book. The book is literally just a transcription and artistic embellishment of what happened.
Right.
But yeah, like I was saying before, I do find it strange that nothing miraculous has happened to Kevin in 3 years, and Matt doesn't seem to care about that.
Right.
That's interesting. All the miraculous stuff happened right after they moved there,
Right.
and then nothing since. And I also don't understand, and he didn't really explain in this episode why he thinks something's going to happen on the 7th anniversary of the departure. The only connection I could think of is 7 being, a special number from the Bible or something.
Right. But uh, there's a lot of special numbers in the Bible. I mean, it just seems
And this is one of
arbitrary.
them.
Why not 3? Why not 12? Why not 40?
Well,
Why not? I mean,
because 7's closer. I think it's that same thing about the people from the Bible and everything. Everyone waiting for the second coming of Jesus, and everybody thinks it's in their lifetime. Nobody says like, well, in 5 generations Jesus is going to come back.
right.
Like everyone thinks it's in their lifetime. So I think it's a bit of that, like, what do they call that? Cognitive bias or something. Where he's
Serenity
just
Now.
what? Serenity Now?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a Seinfeld thing.
Oh, I don't know that.
Yeah, it's just it's just this thing where like you say Serenity Now, and it's supposed to like calm you or whatever if you're like
Hmm.
stressed out about something. I don't know. You can look it up. It's a whole episode about it.
Okay.
it's I don't even know it that well. I actually just learned about it recently. I don't even think I've seen the episode. I just saw like a couple of scenes from it. But anyway, just that whole idea of like I want my thing like as soon as
Mm-hmm.
possible. I
I
don't want
see.
to think about how like, my great grandchildren
Mm-hmm.
will enjoy the,
Yeah,
the
because
great event.
and you know why, right? Because that would disconnect the actions that you take in your life from the presumed reward of the end of the world, and the
Right.
second coming and all that stuff. Like, like you have less of an incentive to, be a good follower of your doctrine if you know if it's not really gonna matter, for
Right.
you in your lifetime.
Exactly.
Yeah. Another thing I loved in this scene was when Lori was like, hey Matt, have you talked to Nora? And he's like, Nora? Yeah, your sister. You remember her? Remember Nora? Nora's your
Who?
sister. And I find it so strange that he didn't even think to talk to her, and even just in terms of like getting in touch with Kevin.
Right.
Like, hey, Kevin's not answering his phone. Hey Nora, I'm just calling you to see what's up. That would have been interesting, and I guess it just points to how he's got blinders on with this whole Kevin thing, and he's not really thinking clearly about
Right.
some obvious things. I do love, I know people don't like Lori because she's a buzzkill. But I like Lori because not that because she's a buzzkill, but because she's realistic and she's grounded and she has realistic interpretations of the world, and I think that's important. And Yeah, I found that really interesting, and her description too of like, what, because when Matt says, I don't think you quite grasp what's going on here, which is a great line. I think that applies to the audience about the whole show in general,
Right.
not just this plot. But when she kind of recaps what happened, and she starts with, okay, 3 years ago this thing happened to my husband, blah blah blah, you turned it into scripture, but she has this line, and I think it goes to kind of what I was saying last episode, um about that kind of seemingly cause and effect of Kevin seeing the book and then seeing Evie immediately after he rereads, the most crazy parts of the book. Then that kind of sparking it, and that's how Lori described it. Once Kevin read your book, it sent him down the path of delusion. So I thought that
Right.
was interesting. And it's one of those lines that generally you would take as the truth, you know, an objective truth that the show is trying to tell us, but it also could just be her opinion of what happened.
Right. Well,
But I
yeah,
thought,
because I remember thinking in season two that like she was off base, like she was wrong about Patty. It all seems so real.
hmm
You
yeah,
know.
the jury's still out about that. I got into a little bit of a Reddit discussion
Oh,
with some.
not again.
I know. I haven't been on it too much since the last podcast, but yeah, somebody was saying like, "Oh, you know, I think Lori's wrong," and I'm like, "Well, when has Lori been wrong before?" And they kind of got on this whole tangent about her making choices that were like morally bad or whatever. But I was kind of interested in seeing, as we talked about before, like, has there been a time when Lori forecasted, you know, something and it came and it was true or false? So the Patty would have been the best example of that. Like, if she said, "Hey, Patty's not real; it's a delusion," and then we had found out it was a delusion, then we would say, "Okay, well, she was right about that. Now let's see in this case, is she right about this?" You know, but we didn't really get that kind of concrete resolution with Patty. Um, but
Right.
uh, but yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it seems like it is in Kevin's head. You know, he definitely clearly he is delusional, right? Clearly he is capable of delusions. I think that's clear. I think the Evie thing makes that clear. There's no way that that was Evie. You know, the episode told us that wasn't Evie. So clearly he had a delusion. There was a period of time when he was fuging. He was having split personalities.
Right.
Um, you know, and
Seems not to be doing that anymore.
seems not to be doing that anymore, which is interesting. And but I would guess what the show would probably say, or the writers would probably say, is he was having those personalities, he was having those fugue states because he wanted to escape his family, you know, and it was like torturing him,
Right.
and to such a degree that his brain split into like his kind of, you know, probably id or something that was just like, I'll do whatever the fuck I want to do, you know, and if I want to go
Right.
shooting dogs, I'm gonna go around shooting dogs. If I want to kidnap Patty, I'm gonna kidnap Patty, you know, kind of a thing.
Right.
So that's what I think would like is kind of the real thing that happened there, and not like, oh, the departure made him special and that's why he was having fugue states or something weird like that, you know.
Right. So, two things about Nora and Matt.
hmm
Um, One thing, rewatching season two, they referenced it in the last episode when Kevin tells Nora that he's seeing Patty. She runs away. You know, she handcuffs him to the bed and runs away. And there's a whole episode where he's like calling her, doesn't know
hmm
where she is. You know, eventually he talks to her. You know, but like it turns out that she's just staying at Matt's place.
Yeah. hmm
And it's like, and Matt's not there because he's already gone through his Matt episode, so he's actually out in the, the village outside of
hmm
the state park like limits or whatever, in the stockades, and like hanging out with his good friends there.
Yeah.
um but it just seems like Kevin would, I mean, she's with Mary. Like, it just seems like Kevin would think that's like one of the most obvious places to look. And I think he never even learns that that's where she was, which is really weird. So anyway, that's one thing. Another thing that I learned, there's been a lot of press about the show. Damon Lindelof and others from the show have been doing like a ton of
hmm
interviews in various places. So like I've read a lot of articles about The Leftovers. Anyway, in one of them, he mentioned that Nora and Matt being related, being siblings, is not in the book. That's something that
hmm
they added for the show,
Yeah.
basically because they wanted like more connections between the characters.
Yeah.
They wanted them to be like related so that the plots, so that their stories would have more overlap, and there wouldn't be so much just like this character goes off and does this thing, this character does that thing, and they don't
hmm
really have anything to do with each other, which I guess is what the book is more like.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I think in the book I read that he's Matt is a minor character.
Right. Yeah. They clearly made him a bigger thing too. But that's what that reminds me of, like the fact that he didn't even think First of all, he didn't even know Nora was gone. In addition to Kevin being gone, and he didn't even think to try to contact her.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. Like he hears that Kevin has just absconded to Australia, and he doesn't think to call Nora to even get more details, because he says in
yeah,
the next scene, like we don't have the full story here. Talking about Lori, talking to Lori.
right.
And it's like, yeah, dude, you could have called your sister and asked her about her. Are they married? They're not married, right? Kevin
Uh,
and Nora, they're not married. I didn't see a marriage scene.
did they get married? I guess. I guess. Did they get married? I guess not. I'm not sure. I
I don't think
guess.
they're married. Come on.
I don't know.
Come
I
on.
don't know. I feel like I feel like it would have come up maybe if ever at the beginning of season 2 when they adopt Lily.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like that would be the time, because I don't think they've gotten married since then.
Yeah.
I think you might be right. I don't remember that they did get married, but I also don't remember they didn't. Yeah, I think they're not married. I think I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. I think so.
If they are, they didn't make it clear at all.
Yeah, I feel like there was some scene where she references him as her boyfriend recently, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So, okay. So, like, this first part is mostly about Lori saying like, you guys are just like enabling his mental
Mm-hmm.
illness and encouraging it and like maybe making it worse, um and she wants to be the one to go talk to Kevin when they get there. And
Yeah.
I mean, she certainly helped Kevin with the Evie situation. It's hard to
Mm-hmm.
deny that. If her Patty help, it's interesting. It's sort of like it raises this question of like, what if he believed her? Instead of running off to go drink the poison,
Mm-hmm.
what if he actually accepted the idea that it's all in my head?
Mm.
I'm having a break now, and like, could he have gotten rid of Patty in a more normal way, just kind of like that,
Mm-hmm.
just
Well,
reorienting his brain.
I think the big difference though is no, Evie, or the person he thought was Evie, was objectively not her, and objectively another person, and it was, you know what I mean. So he was able to look at reality and discern it once he was primed correctly, and I think that's a bit of a difference, an important difference than something being in his head. He can't. There's no reality for him to look at that's objective, to kind of make that distinction, which is probably why he was so kind of lost in it.
There's one thing that reminds me of, which is it's the same episode actually, the one when right after he tells Nora about Patty and she runs away and she leaves him handcuffed to the bed. He ends up like stuck there for a while, and he has to like I think he has to get Jill to like get a saw or something, and he
Oh
walks
yeah,
around with like half a handcuff for the whole episode. Again, just like
Jen.
lost. Exactly. Exactly. It's such a lost thing. Anyway, like at the end of the episode, you discover that Nora left the keys like on
Yeah,
this chair with a sign,
right. Patty was
and
sitting on
Patty
it,
was sitting
hiding
on the
it.
chair. Which
Hmm.
it's like, if he, you know what I mean? If he could see reality, you would think.
But no, but that's the same thing as when he looked at the picture on his phone and saw Evie, right? Is his delusion is overlapping over reality.
But I
Now,
guess, yeah.
if somebody had told him, "Hey, Kevin, Patty's not
Look at the
there.
chair again.
In that chair, there's some keys," then I
Yeah.
think
You think
that
he
would
could have
work.
seen it.
Yeah, if Patty was not real and was a delusion, yes.
Right, right, right. Yeah. I mean, I thought it was crazy that she did that, or that his mind had her do that, if that's,
Mhm.
I mean, it gets to like such a crazy level at that point.
And who puts keys on a chair?
It's a weird thing to do.
Put it on the nightstand or whatever. Like,
Yeah, that would have been better, but then it would have been harder for her to hide them.
yeah, it's like, hey, Patty, why are you sitting on my nightstand? For no reason, Kelvin. No reason. Um, I want to go back real quick to something you were mentioning about. We were talking about kind of like Matt not missing the obvious thing of talking to Nora, and Kevin kind of missing the obvious thing of calling Matt when Nora was missing.
Yeah.
Interesting three-way there of misinformation.
Yeah.
I wanted to go back to when Nora took the money to Australia, and was like, when Kevin's like, why don't you just give me half the money? She's
Oh
like, oh,
yeah.
it reminded me of that too, of just like, oh, there's a clear oversight here that I did not think of, and
Right.
oops, and just kind of like, and honestly, if you want to take it too far, which I think it's taking it too far, it kind of reminds me that kind of idea from Lost, right, where like being on the island kind of made them not want to leave the island or something,
Oh
and
right.
just made them not really want to talk about kind of what they discovered. This weird kind of
Right.
strange influence or something that kind of changes their personality, and it made me
Right.
think that, like, is there something very very on a minor level going on here where like people are not kind of seeing the obvious things.
Right.
There's this weird kind of theme of overlooking the obvious.
Yeah. 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 It's weird. It's weird. I mean, when they point it out, then I'm like, well, I guess they meant to do that. Um. Uh. I wonder what the thought process was for that. I wonder if like was it so essential that they have this idea that she goes off to go in a separate line, that whole like are you together thing, like they really wanted that so much
Mm-hmm.
that they couldn't just have them, because if she's going to tell him immediately, it's just I wonder what were they so attached to about that idea that they didn't just have her tell him in advance and split, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you lose the drama of her going through security because there's no stakes anymore because it's all legal. So she
Right.
would have just, and we would have had some scene, I guess, where they both are declaring the money.
Right.
Um, and actually, that might have been an interesting scene if they asked what the money was for, and then she kind of maybe offhand says something, and and then they could have a line where like they hint that other people are coming to Australia maybe for the same
Mm-hmm.
thing, kind of a thing. Oh,
Yeah.
you're the fifth person who's come here with exactly, or
Right.
$10,000, or two people with 10 or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's an interesting idea of like what were they attached to that, you know, there's that idea of separation, and that she didn't even think to ask him. Maybe that idea that he's not dependable, so she didn't really
Right.
think to ask him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just, with some of this stuff, it's like it's possible that it was just an oversight and they didn't think about it. But
Hmm.
when they put the line in there, it's like, well, obviously they thought about it. So
Yeah.
there must be a reason. And yeah, it's just, it's could be any of those things. It's just it's interesting. It's interesting when you can really see the decision making process,
Hmm.
even if you don't know exactly why it's happening.
Yeah.
Um, so the next thing, we learn here, we see Matt's got a nosebleed and he's taking some pills and he says they're for allergies, and that's how you know it's
Hmm.
a lie.
Hmm.
Um,
That's a bad allergy.
and they get informed that they're not going to be able to land in Melbourne. They're going to have to go to Tasmania.
Hmm.
So that's
We kind of missed the plane scene.
oh, I kind of talked about the plane scene. Um,
Uh, yeah. Okay. Well, we can come back there. There's some stuff that they said on the plane I want
yeah,
to
yeah,
talk.
yeah. What did you want to talk about from the plane scene? Because
Well, first the scene before the plane scene. I did want to call out where John mentions that Lori is his wife. I feel like I didn't know that they were
oh, they
married.
said they were married in the first episode.
Well, never mind.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah. That was it. Was that one I was sure about because it was stated
okay.
on screen. I think at the party or something. There's a specific line where they say it out loud, so we know.
I see. Okay, I forgot that.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the plane. Let's see. I was just kind of glad they were all talking about the issues, which was nice. Um, I like that Lori was just calling out that she knows Kevin better than any of them. The
Right.
fact that Kevin shits 4 times a day, I thought was an interesting fact. How does he have the time? I mean, really.
I know, I
Uh,
know, especially these days.
yeah, I mean, that might have been hyperbole. But I thought that was kind of an interesting point she was making. And let me see, there was another thing
But
here.
it's like, hey,
Oh,
maybe Jesus shit 4 times a day. Who know? How do you know?
biblical scholars are still working on that one. Yeah, there's a whole gospel about his bowel movements that was lost in the ages. Um, Um, so Lori is talking on the plane, and they're on the plane and they're talking and arguing, and then I think there's the line is like Lori basically says the book is all bullshit or something or whatever, and then there's turbulence on the plane,
Yeah.
and it kind of shuts her up, and then like Matt has like this smug look on his face, like that's right, God, show her
Oh,
what's up.
right. Yeah, yeah.
God, I hated that so much. I really, really hated that because I thought it didn't. What I expected Matt's reaction, but I didn't really appreciate Lori's reaction, where she just kind of capitulated in that moment, where I guess the idea is for a moment she was like, oh, maybe something is going on here, but turbulence happens all the time, on planes, and I just
Right.
thought it was just because it was a coincidence that it happened while she was talking. She could have been saying anything, I didn't like that implication that God made the plane have turbulence
You mean
because.
David Burton?
Yes, David Burton, aka God, Yahweh. He goes by a lot of names. Face puncher, ship overboard thrower. That he decided the plane should shake just to shut her up. Because
Mm-hmm.
why did he shut her up when she was arguing on the tarmac? Why
Right.
isn't he going to shut her up later when she's arguing? You know what I mean? It just
Yeah.
I didn't really appreciate that
Because
everyone
he
seemed to
can.
buy in to that idea, and no one had to say anything. Everyone
Right.
just got it, and I was just like, I don't really. Come on, Lori, I didn't really buy that.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like drastic enough either. It was just like some turbulence.
It
Yeah,
was a
that's what.
minor moment. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I thought there could have been something a little bigger that would have been a bit more shocking,
If they
or
wanted it to be convincing, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I agree.
Uh, so that I didn't really like. And then yeah, I think that's it. We can go to the next part.
Okay, so I want to ask about like math problems. I know that like health problems. I know he's got some other problems.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, cuz I know it's a thing sort of throughout the episode and it comes in at the end, so I mean I guess we'll be it'll come up a few more times, but I'm not like I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. Is it stated
Mm-hmm.
what's wrong with him?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I have no idea. I felt like was it the previously on where we see these shots of Matt like at the doctor's office or something? Um,
Yeah, so I mean,
Kind of
I
setting
know
up
there
the
was
big.
that thing where he was sick when he was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I know they talked about that. I remember that from season one. Um,
Yeah, but
but
was that like a one-off line? Or
yeah, I didn't think they made the
sick
biggest
kid?
deal about it. I mean, I think it shows up in that dream sequence that he has in season one, like briefly.
What's the
But
dream sequence?
he has a dream sequence. I guess it must be. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm guessing. Well, it's in his centric episode,
Uh-huh.
and I'm pretty sure it's when he gets knocked out by the rock. When he has that dream sequence, that would be my guess.
What was the
Although
dream sequence?
I'm not 100% sure. What?
What was the dream?
Oh, well, it was a variety of things. There was, I remember there was a church. There was that whole thing about the house burning down, and I guess their parents died too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So like it showed some of that. It showed Matt and Mary like having sex when she was.
So it was just like a montage of things. It wasn't
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it wasn't like a scene or anything.
It
Okay.
wasn't a single scene. It was like a series of things, a series of like somewhat vaguely connected things from his life.
Mm-hmm.
that he was sort of going through in the dream, and I think his illness was one of those things. But it's I mean it's not covered in any detail, and I guess I just feel like it's not like on Battlestar Galactica. I mean, it feels like a Battlestar Galactica thing where you know, Rosalind starts out, being told like, "Oh, you have cancer, you have such and such amount of time to live," and so on, And then there's this whole thing where the cancer gets cured for a while, and then towards the end of the show, sorry, spoiler alert, it comes
Mm-hmm.
back, because it's sort of like that's what you do, with stuff like that, sort of like bring the stakes to a head at the end of the show. But I mean, it's not something he seems to have dealt with really as an adult or on the show really at all.
Yeah.
So like, I'm just not clear. Like, I'm just not even clear what's wrong with him exactly. He's
Mm-hmm.
dying, like apparently, but it's like,
Yeah, like because your nose bleeding, you're dying. It's interesting.
yeah, it's like so. It's just I feel like, is there something specific here that I'm
Mm-hmm.
missing? I don't know.
I was confused, and now I'm even more confused because I thought there was some shots of Matt in the doctor's office in this episode. Was that a flashback or something we're gonna get
In
to?
this episode,
Yeah, what am I don't know why I have this image of. I thought it was on the previously on. I thought they had this thing about Matt being sick and with like that voiceover, and then I thought they were showing. Uh, oh, here it is. Sorry, I'm looking at it now. It was before the previously on leftovers. They had this weird pre thing that they show before it says previously on.
previously
Yeah, yeah,
on
yeah, yeah. Okay, here it is. This is the story of a little boy. He was diagnosed with leukemia. So it's like these flashback
leukemia.
shots.
That's what it is.
Yeah, leukemia. I was just confused where these shots came from though. Like, where have we seen this before in the show? Like, do you know do you know what I'm talking about?
I remember that part, but I don't specifically remember what it was. If
Because
that
it's
makes any
like the
sense.
shot I'm looking at is like an adult Matt next to what looks like his parents, which is
Oh
weird.
yeah, yeah. That's from the dream sequence.
That's from the dream
Yeah,
sequence.
because
Okay,
he's his adult self, but he's remembering stuff from his
there we
childhood.
go. There we go.
Yeah,
That's what
that's
it's from.
definitely
Okay,
from the dream sequence.
I must have just blocked out that whole dream sequence thing. Okay,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. If
cool.
you go back to Matt's
Got
season 1 episode, it's in there. I'm not 100% sure, but it's my best guess that it was when he got hit in the head with the rock, and he's out for like 3 days.
Yeah. So I want to also point out another lost thing, which is Matt has cancer that has come back potentially.
Oh shit, they did that on Lost too. You're right.
Rose
I'm
in the
surprised
one.
Ben's cancer didn't come back.
Yeah. Oh, I was thinking of Rose. Yeah.
Oh right. Somebody
Mhm.
else had cancer too.
Yeah, yeah, and somebody
Right.
else, and like this whole idea of Matt and being in a special place might cure his cancer or something that might come up.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Oh man, that totally seems like something they'll do. Oh man. Okay, well, okay. If he's sure the cancer is back, then I guess that would be why he's dying.
Hmm.
But I feel like that detail was not strongly enough established to, I guess, like put that much drama on it. I don't know. I guess that's why they put the thing at the beginning.
Yeah. I was actually wondering if you can get a nosebleed from flying in an airplane, and
I'm
maybe
pretty
that's
sure
why
you
his nose
can. I
is
mean, if the
bleeding.
air's dry, that like recirculated. I feel like I've got a nosebleed on a plane. I mean, I think you can do
Hmm.
that.
Yeah. Why does my nose bleed after flying?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
After
yeah.
after a long haul flight, my nose bleeds really bad and it really hurts. Well, there you go, Matt. Think we just solved your nosebleed.
I mean, he does throw up later. Maybe it was just seasickness. It'll be hilarious if like he's just misinterpreting his problem.
Wow, that would be wholly thematic of the show.
I know exactly. He's
Oh,
just
Matt, you're
wrong.
just misinterpreting the
He just
meaning
keeps talking.
here.
I'm dying. I'm dying. No, you're having like normal problems that everyone has.
Matt's like, oh, everybody sounds so low. I can't hear that well. My ears are damaged. No, Matt, they're just the air pressure. They'll pop soon enough, Matt. Come on
Oh, he
now.
doesn't know.
Everyone's strangely quiet. I can hear, but just a little. Oh, geez. I guess that would have been like three things. Would have been too much.
Yeah.
It would have been obvious if he mentioned his ear, anything with his ears.
Right. Right.
I real quick, I want to mention. I was just kind of googling something, and I came across the season 2 like promo, or I guess marketing picture for the show, which is Kevin and Nora underwater, and Kevin's kind of looking up at her. And it just again made me think of like, oh yeah, that's right, Kevin and the whole almost drowning thing.
Right.
So it does make me think, like we were talking about before, of this, with the season 3 image of Kevin as the angel. Like they're gonna that's not an accident. That's not just an interesting image. Like they're gonna deal with that, or they are dealing with it.
Yeah. Definitely. It's a main thing for the season.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
All right. So I guess we'll go to the next thing. Okay. So they get to Tasmania, and they find out that there's a ferry that's 11-hour ferry ride to Australia. So that's great. However, the ferry that's gonna leave like soon is booked for a private party. So then they're gonna have to wait, and so now this is where, like, I guess the problems start happening.
Mm-hmm.
So now, like, basically, if they want to catch this ferry, which, like, the only reason, I mean, I don't know how many days are left at this point. 3 or 4?
3 or 4, yeah.
I mean, I guess, like, if they think it's really urgent to reach Kevin before October 14th, I mean, I guess it's a thing, but it's sort of like, depending on how committed they are to that,
I think it's a bit more about them getting back in time, too.
Oh, right. He still wants to get back in
He's
time.
trying to get, at this point in the episode, the whole point is like, well, 11 hour, then 11 hours back.
Right.
And, that's a whole day, basically. And then they have to fly, which is probably like an 18-hour flight or something. So,
right.
They just barely make it.
Right. Okay, so now basically the game is that they have to go figure out a way to be invited by the private party to join the to join the party. So they go up and approach the lioness in charge.
The HLIC, the head lioness in charge.
Exactly. And let's see. I guess they're warned that there's going to be a lot of sex. It's going to be a sex cruise. And
for any other kind.
And that she forces them to, or I guess Matt actually specifically, to tell the dirtiest joke he knows, and so he does. What's the difference between a pimple and a priest? The pimple waits until you're 12 to come on your face. Ouch.
Mm-hmm. Thing.
So that's good enough, I guess. They managed to get on there. And then they get this warning, which, I mean, this is all just business, but they're not supposed to mention Fraser the lion's name. So there's a lion that's going to be on this cruise.
Or you'll become him.
And or you'll become him. And, we see they have a lion there. She's dressed up as a lion. It's the lion theme, obviously. So, so that's, that's her little final warning. Real
quick, I got a couple things to talk about.
Sure.
Before you go on. So back on the plane, Matt is reading.
We see back on the plane.
Yeah. There's so much to talk about, man. You're going too fast.
Okay.
There's a shot where Matt is reading the Bible. And I don't know if you see. I'm kind of looking at it now. That's when his nose bleeds, I guess, for the first time. He has a drop of blood.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah. The
yeah,
the Daniel and the Lions Den
uh,
thing.
that's exactly what I was going to bring up. He's reading the passage about Daniel in the lion's den.
Yeah.
Guess who's about to be in the lion's den?
Oh.
And the passage he's reading, and I guess I'll read this just because I think it's sort of relevant. It's sort of interesting.
They show it
Uh,
on screen, so.
yeah, but did they show the whole thing? I don't know if you can read the whole thing on.
Well, they show. Yeah, I don't know.
They show kind of the yeah. But this part I kind of want to read real quick because I thought it was interesting. But it basically is just saying the king rose very early and went into the lion's den, and he goes into the lion's den and he's talking to Daniel. He's basically, I believe, he's asking Daniel, "Can your God, you serve God, the living God, can God deliver you from these lions?" And then so he says, then said Daniel to the king, "O king, live forever. My God hath sent his angel and has shut the lions' mouths, and they have not hurt me." So I thought that was kind of interesting, in terms of what we were just saying about Kevin Angel / Messengers thing. I thought that was kind of interesting. So maybe this idea that Matt is, thinking Kevin as a savior, sort of a thing. Um,
Right.
let me see. But anyway, I thought that was interesting. Let's see the next part that I wanted to mention. Oh, so many things. Yeah, they can't land and they get there. Okay, so so yeah, so when the lioness was asking for a dirty joke, I really loved how Lori stepped up and was just ready. I mean, she like, "Oh, you need a dirty joke? That's why I'm here. I got our dirty jokes." I just thought that was very interesting that was her like call to arms. She was ready to step in and save the group with some really bad dirty joke.
Right. Like they're the A team or something, and that's her special
Yeah,
ability.
exactly. Like, oh, this is a job for me because clearly these other guys don't know these pious. Well, John's not very pious. I guess he
Yeah.
maybe is now, but um,
Yeah.
which reminds me, there's a line about John trying to hide his pain and anger or something like that in season
Mm-hmm.
2. And I'm like, really? He really wasn't hiding that he was angry very well.
Yeah, that was the
Uh,
worst job of hiding like ever. Like, wow.
yeah, yeah, I thought that was weird. What do you any clue? I don't know. Maybe people have Googled this idea of the kind of secret question again, just like Lost. What did the one snowman say to the other?
Right.
This kind of code word thing. But I'm curious if there's an answer to this thing. I'm 91 and having a son. I think that's what it was. Um,
What are you
uh,
talking about?
so when the group goes up to the lady who can let them on the ship, she asks the question. I'm
Oh,
91
right.
and having a son, and she's waiting
Right.
for the response. So it's just like on Lost, with
Right.
Desmond and the whole the person who's supposed to take
Yeah,
over the hat.
yeah. And
Uh,
also, what lies in the shadow of the statue?
oh, what lies inside the statue? Look at that. Forgot about that one.
Yeah.
Is it Jacob? Is that the answer?
It was something in Latin.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
The answer wasn't as interesting as the question.
Mm-hmm.
As
But anyway,
usual.
I thought that was kind of interesting. Um, just the whole lion orgy people are kind of.
I forgot that started out with this weird code thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like it's not like, oh, you need to be on the manifest because guess what? We learn later there is no manifest.
No.
And there's no like
Manifest?
RSVPing either. It just seems like if you show up and you know the code
The
word,
answer, yeah.
then you can get on. And I was trying to figure out what that. Do you have any idea what the riddle answer might be?
91 and have a son?
Mm-hmm.
No, it just makes me think of Lost again. That whole thing with Juliet, they show uh, they show her those Richard Alpert, he shows her those images of uh, um, a pregnant woman who looks like she's like 70 or something. Like
Uh-huh.
I think that's what it was. Anyway, that's what it reminds me of.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Anyway, and I was trying to connect it to the lion maybe somehow. But yeah, I couldn't really. I
91 and
couldn't
Have a
really.
Son.
Yeah, because the whole point about the lion was he sired so many,
Seems like it should rhyme. 91 and Have a Son. Something, something, something fun. Something, something, something
Oh yeah, I'm
run.
91 and having fun, but that's not gonna stop me from having fun or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. It's just, it seems like the one in Sun rhymes, so like the answer probably rhymes too.
Oh, actually, can I bring up something before we move on?
Sure.
Um, in the let's see. In that thing earlier in the season, that like flashback or whatever to like the lady who's like waiting for the rapture with her family, like the colonial lady or whatever. Um, that what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
In the church scene, I kind of paused it and did a freeze frame thing because I was trying to like piece together some things, and I noticed that in the church, like up on the pulpit with the minister, to the left and the right of him are these banisters, these kind of illustrated like tapestries or whatever, and they have so basically they both seem to depict images from Revelations and specifically the seven seals,
Oh,
which
okay.
are really interesting. So the stuff on the left, so like the stuff on the left are basically all the seven seals, and the stuff on the right are depicting some other things about what would happen when during that time. But the stuff on the right, like, so what was interesting, the stuff on the right had depictions of these of like these animals, and each of the animals had like six wings on them. So this is all what's described in the Bible, but this was like a visual depiction of it. But then the animals had different heads, right? So there was one that looked like it had a lion's head, and then there was one animal that had like a human's head, and there was one that had like some other kind of animal. I couldn't really tell. But anyway, when I posted this on Reddit, back to Reddit, with this image, and I said, hey, does anybody have any clues about what this might mean? And then somebody pointed me, because I was like, the stuff on the left is clearly the seven seals, the stuff on the right, and then somebody was pointing out like this is more description about from that passage in Revelations. But then somebody spoiled me because they saw the promo for this episode, and they were like, hey, those animals depicted on the tapestries look like the party goers with those masks on. I was like, God damn it, why did you spoil me? I don't. So
Oh,
anyway, I knew this something like that was coming with this episode, with people in like
I
some
see.
kind of masks and stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just kind of wanted to tie that together. I don't really know if it really works because we didn't really see anybody with six wings or anybody with. I mean, we do see humans, with like animal heads, kind of a thing. It's a little similar, but not quite on the nose.
Right.
But I don't know. I just wanted to bring that up in terms of like just thematic, connections with like, this whole biblical part of the show.
Yeah.
I also got an arc vibe from this thing.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Definitely. It's a shitty arc, but
I also thought it was weird that there's no other fairies. Like, this is the only fairy, guys. This is
Yeah,
the only one you can take. I mean, there's just one
it's the
fairy. And
one.
it's booked. Like, that seems weird to me. You can book the only fairy out,
Eh,
Like, I don't know, it's weird to me.
yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. But yeah, why not? I don't
But
know.
yeah.
It's weird.
It's right.
I agree. Who's running the ferry? I guess that would be my question. Like,
Yeah.
is it private or is it like a
It's
public?
private if you're going to rent it out, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. So yeah, because if it was a public thing, I wouldn't think they would be able to do that.
it just, I mean, I don't know a lot about Tasmania, but I just thought like that was a strange obstacle that there's just no other ferries that are available.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. They just
Okay, cool. We can go to the
skip
next one.
straight to the next problem basically.
Mhm.
It's like we already accept that that's a problem.
I also think it's weird that John didn't have a problem. I guess is Michael over 18 or something? It just weird that
By now, probably.
he didn't have a problem with his son going on an orgy, and like
Sex cruise,
they weren't even like sequestering themselves away
No,
from the
no,
sex.
they were all up in it. Yeah.
Yeah, which was strange because they could have stayed on the top deck where less people were having sex,
Right.
or other places, but they were just like hanging out, with
Yeah.
everybody else, and really nonchalant about it.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
this scene, I think it's this next scene coming up where like they're talking and then somebody gets up and the shot pans over and somebody's jacking somebody else off like
Yeah,
right
yeah.
next to them. This is like, what's happening?
Yeah. I mean, they didn't really have a strong reaction to that all that stuff. It's strange. I mean, I don't know. I guess like they were expecting it to be strange, and so um, it just didn't shock them or something. But I agree. It's weird.
It should be shocking. It's something they haven't seen before, and they're right in the middle of it. It just seemed that there was just like no reaction.
Yeah. I agree. It's almost like an Eyes Wide Shut thing.
It was definitely like an Eyes Wide Shut party.
Like costume, sex party, which like I mean that was like the central thing in that movie that happened. It, like the ramifications of that, like form the basis of like everything that happens in the movie after that. And so yeah, it's weird. This is just like in a way, it's just like sort of a colorful way to get them from point A to point B.
Yeah, that's really all it is.
It's not. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any significance to it.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's almost like they know, like, this stuff doesn't really matter. And so they don't really engage with it.
Yeah, I kind of wish they would have said that the lioness orgy people were kind of doing this specifically because they thought the world was going to end or something like that. I kind of wish it wasn't just like, oh, this is just a normal thing we do.
Yeah.
I kind of wish it was more like, well, we're doing this now because in 4 days the world is going to end and we're just going to screw until the world ends or something,
right.
Kind of thing. Thought that might have made it fit a bit more or make it a bit more like, sort of tied into the plot.
I guess I thought it was, it was possible that had something, but I guess the idea is they just do this all the time anyway.
They do this all the time. Yeah, David Burton. This is the thing, he likes to hang out on this ferry for whatever reason, and
I guess I figured he would hang out on the ferry like whatever whoever was on the ferry.
Yeah, for sure. Sense. Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? Not necessarily. It wasn't necessarily lion sex party.
But the lioness knows that David Burton knows the captain, so they've met before at least.
They've met before, yeah. You're right.
Yeah, he's gotten on that ship while she was there before.
Yeah. This is kind of a routine. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, you're right. I think he's not just on the boat when there's an orgy. He's on the boat when the ferry is going.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of thematic connection there with the ferry between two places and him dying, kind of going between life and death.
Yeah, that's true.
A little bit of thing there.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Yeah, We're
going to talk about it.
That guy, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely going to come up.
So if you're wondering, and if you were confused like me, David Burton in this episode is the hangman / karaoke guy from Kevin's Hotel. I did not catch that. I was thinking David Burton would be that guy, and when they revealed David Burton, I was like, oh, well, I guess the karaoke hangman is somebody else, because this guy looks completely different. And it was just the hat and the beard that threw me off.
Yeah. Like, I agree that he looks different, but yeah, he's that actor has been in other stuff. He was in The Night Of, and I had looked him up because I was surprised. I didn't recognize him in The Leftovers. I didn't even realize that was the same guy, but I guess like when I looked him up, I saw some other pictures of him. So when I saw him in this episode, I was primed to recognize him, I guess.
Yeah, I mean that beard, he just looks completely different.
Yeah. Yeah. It does change his face. I
I
feel
also
like
want
John looks really different with a
John. I was
beard.
just gonna say John has a beard and Matt has a beard.
Yeah, and Kevin has a beard.
And Kevin has a beard. So people are growing, and yeah, Hangman has a beard.
It's the beard
So
season.
yeah, David Burton has a beard. So why is everybody growing beards?
I don't know.
Is it an effect of the sudden departure?
Maybe.
Is beard growing miraculous?
It seems like, I mean, having like so many characters with beards, it seems like it seems like they must have told him to do that.
Is it sort of almost regressing back towards ancient times, sort of a thing, like these wise men in the desert with their beards or something?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of it.
A little bit of that, maybe.
Yeah. He did. Matt referenced that in the first episode. That Kevin's beard made him more like Jesus.
Yeah, and I kind of assumed Matt grew his beard because Kevin had a beard.
Yeah.
And John, I felt like, had a beard, kind of signifying he had changed as a person,
Right.
But yeah. It's weird how many beards there are.
Yeah,
Tom doesn't have a beard.
Yeah.
Is that all the other
Michael doesn't have a beard.
Yeah, doesn't have a beard. I don't know if Michael could grow a beard. I don't know. That guy
I feel like he must be old enough to grow a beard, but
yeah, I feel like he wouldn't grow like a really great beard. No offense.
Ouch.
I don't know. He just has that kind of face where I'm like, I don't know. You can look like you might not be able to grow a great beard.
Mm-hmm.
Like the way those guys have the same kind of big beard.
Right.
Biblical beard, if you will.
Exactly. So this is the moment that I talked about earlier, where John notes that they're not going to make it back to Miracle for the 14th, and also they don't even know if Kevin's going to go with them.
Yep.
And I guess he points out also that like bad things happen in Miracle too. So
I love that. Oh, that's what I love. I love when people are rational and they bring up good points.
Yeah.
Because it's the theme of the show, and Lost had that same thing. People's own personal meanings and stuff, and that cognitive bias of the things that you want to help with your argument you pull out, and the things that don't help your argument you ignore. But and that's basically what happened, right? Because he's like, yeah, all these great things happen to me in Miracle, and John's like, well, all these shitty things happen to me.
Yeah.
So what are you saying, Matt? How like that's kind of insulting, really.
Yeah. You're special. You get all the blessings.
Yeah, to say this is a magical place. Yeah, I got screwed over and all this crap.
Yeah, and it's like, I mean, I'm sure if you dig into like the lives of everyone who lived there, I'm sure you would find. I mean, for example, the other two girls that left with Evie to join the Guilty Remnant, I mean, they also left their families. We don't really find out anything about them, but
yeah,
I would have to assume that their home lives were not great as well. If they
there was a riot and chaos at the end of that whole thing in Miracle. I don't know. If that was really
you're
good.
right. They totally destroyed the whole like main square there, and then there was like the visitor center was firebombed. I mean, they just killed the Guilty Remnant, so maybe that's okay. Yeah. That's God's justice or something. But it's like, it doesn't seem like that place was the foundation of happiness or
Everyone knows that's Disneyland.
Yeah, I mean, I always thought that Matt's like attachment to the place was kind of like on a shaky ground. I got why he said it, but it really never seemed conclusive to me. And I mean, even the unlikeliness of no one departing, it's like, it's one of those things where sure the odds are like not great, but I mean, there's a lot of people in the world, and you
Mm-hmm.
know, it's not like it's zero. Things like that can happen. And if you just took, um, and who knows, maybe it has to do with where they were. I mean, there's this whole thing with the machine and like why did the departure happen? I don't think we'll
Mm-hmm.
ever find out. But anyway, like maybe it's even more likely that if that many people were not going to depart, they would all be concentrated in some area like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, for all they know, they're just kind of assuming that it's a thing. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely good to question that, and I mean, I feel like by the end, he's questioning it as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess like the other thing is, I mean, this is just TV stuff, but I mean, season one was like, you know, mostly at least Mapleton, the family drama, Guilty Remnant, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Season two was all about Miracle.
Yeah.
Every plot in season two focused on Miracle in some way,
Mm-hmm.
or ended up in Miracle somehow. Um, and it's going into the new season, it's like, it sort of reminds me of like the Swan Station or something. It's like once that season's over,
Mm-hmm.
we're done with that. Like we're not gonna like go
Yeah.
back and explore that stuff again this season.
Yeah, and kind of like I was saying before, I feel like they kind of did their version of being done with Miracle by having the
Yeah.
riot and burning it, and
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
and it's not quite special to the outside world like it was
Right.
before. The Miracle kind of lost its shine a bit.
Exactly. Exactly. Even though we spent a full season where it seemed like it was this magical fairyland, like
Mm-hmm.
now it's sort of like, oh, maybe that was like kind of overblown and it wasn't really that big a deal. Maybe in that way the Guilty Remnant were right.
Yeah, I just was thinking about Michael selling the water from the pond,
Yeah.
and not quite saying it's magical, while saying it's just a souvenir.
Yeah, yeah. It's just a souvenir. I love
But I,
that.
but I wonder if John knew that he was doing that, because I felt like, well, I guess if he was saying, "Oh, I'm not really claiming it's special, Dad. It's just a souvenir,"
Yeah.
but I was thinking like John would have hated that if
Right.
people thought that water was special or something.
Yeah, yeah. But I think that's the key. I mean, it's possible he didn't know, but if he did, when he's asked if
Hmm.
it's magic water, he doesn't say it is.
Yeah.
So because if the psychic guy was like, yeah, I don't really have powers. I mean, I'm just trying to help people.
Hmm.
Because I mean, he's even doing that himself now. Of course, he's gone through a change, but I feel like that would have been less of a. It was really the idea that no, I really have powers, and by the way, something bad's gonna happen to
Something bad's
you.
gonna happen to you,
You
and it's
know?
interesting because something bad did happen to him. Yeah, I don't know if that convinced John that he was real. I guess we
No,
don't
it
really
seemed
know.
that it didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. It's weird. I mean, it's the kind of
Or
thing
is
where
that or is that part of why he's helping Lori with the handprint scheme?
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's an interesting question. I thought we would get more of that, and we did get a little more of that, but I think they didn't really explore exactly what the thinking is there.
Mm-hmm.
For like why they're doing that, and I mean, I get the idea that I guess they want to help people, but specifically, like, why are you helping people this way?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of ways you can help people.
Yeah, and you're only going to be helping the people that come to you in that way for that
Yeah.
particular remedy, which I guess maybe is the point, is they want to find the people who believe in the supernatural and help them, and curtail them from being too crazed, I guess, maybe a little bit. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, give them some kind of closure or whatever on whatever
yeah,
thing they're hung up on.
because it does seem specific to be about the people who are seeking closure.
Yeah.
You know, that's what Tommy was trying to do, his version of the hug thing and all
Yeah.
that. Trying to heal the pain.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Cool. What else?
So yeah, at this point, it's kind of a transition. Matt gets another nosebleed, and this is where the guy in the crew asks if God hit him. Metaphorically, no, no, the actual God. He's up on deck.
Mm-hmm.
And this was where I was like, it's gonna be the guy. It's gonna be the guy. I totally expected it.
That it was gonna be David Burton.
It was gonna be David Burton slash the guy from the hotel.
Okay. Yeah.
I was 100% expecting it because I was like, like
Yeah.
as soon as they brought up this idea, it was like
Mm-hmm.
it just seemed to me like who else could this be?
I was a little confused. I think when I first thought I was confused on his connecting God to the guy that was up there on the top deck in the red hat. I don't know. I missed a little bit of the lines or something like that. I did expect the guy to be David Burton once it was clear that like Matt was gonna go talk to this guy. But yeah, I don't know, something about it originally when I watched it was a bit confusing to me. I also kind of missed the idea that the guy was like, David Burton has thrown people overboard or beats up people, and this is kind of a thing he does. I kind of missed that too. Um,
Yeah.
which I think is interesting that he's just like a serial killer basically, and with seemingly no explanation of why or who he decides needs to die or whatever or get attacked.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we have to get into that more as we learn all the more things about what he does, but
Hmm.
yeah, I think um who this character is hard to decipher. I mean, this whole God thing, this is definitely I mean, we were just looking at this interview where they talked about how like Matt's story is like the story of Job from the Bible, and that story ends with Job confronting God directly,
Hmm.
and so they wanted that to happen for Matt, and so but they wanted to come up with a way, I guess, for that to like actually work on the leftovers. They're not gonna literally show God. That's always like, kind of like the islands. Like they were never
Hmm.
gonna like, hey, I'm the islands. That just wasn't gonna happen.
Yeah.
As much as I expected it, I now realize like it was silly to think that that was gonna happen. Um, so it seems to me like they grafted this God idea onto the David Burton character because in season 2, when they talk about him, they don't say that he's saying he's God. Now it's
Hmm.
possible that within the last 3 years, that's when he started saying that. But I think they claim that he was saying it right away in this episode when they found him
Yeah.
outside
Yeah,
the
I feel like
cave.
they did say that.
Because the thing they
Yeah.
say in season 2 is that he says he can't die,
Hmm.
not that he's God, which is different. That seems like that ties in more with Kevin's story than this does. So this is a weird
Yep.
thing. I have a theory about it, but I also think part of it is just trying to make it fit Matt's story better.
Well, I think it actually fits Kevin's story because I was thinking about again trying to guess if I could have guessed David Bird and how he comes off. And what I thought and I agree with what you're saying because you're quoting the show and it's true. That
Thank you.
when they were, yeah, well, thank the show. When he was saying, yeah, that he couldn't die and he makes him similar to Kevin. I think what connects them is that, and which I didn't guess, which I should, yeah, well, I don't know, could have guessed, whatever that means, is that he's the opposite of Kevin. So Kevin goes to this miraculous thing, and then
Right.
when somebody says you're special, he goes, no, 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 I'm not. This guy goes, oh, you think I'm special? Guess what? I am special, and I'm gonna double down on being special because I'm not
Right.
just a Jesus figure. I'm God, which is a promotion. So that's the connection I think to Kevin is that he's the version of Kevin that believed what people said and doubled down on it in a way.
Right. Yeah, so the other thing it reminded me of is that thing from the International Assassin script that you read, that little conversation that Kevin has with David Burton, I guess we can call him now,
Mm-hmm.
where we don't hear it, and it says like, what was it? What's between Allah and Muhammad on the
Yeah,
mountain?
that they. Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. Now that this episode is claiming David Burton is God. Yeah.
It
So.
makes a bit more sense with in that context, or at least like
Mhm.
it fits with that pretty well.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's definitely an
Kevin
interesting
would be
question.
Muhammad, I
When.
guess.
Yeah, yeah. So he's the prophet,
He's the
and
prophet,
yeah.
yeah. Which would
Um.
make sense. I mean, yeah, that's kind of. It seems like that's kind of what they're saying.
Yeah, that's fitting. Um. And we still don't know why David Burton knew what he knew in the hotel scenes. Why did he know what Kevin needed to do?
Yeah. Well, fuck it. I'm just gonna bring it up now because, like, when else?
Mm,
Yeah.
After.
So, like, as soon as we see his face, if we recognize his face,
Yep.
which if any of you didn't, just Bill Camp, look him up. It's that guy. It's the same
Mm-hmm.
guy. Um, American actor, by the way. He's doing an accent. That was to me the biggest clue that like this has to be that guy because they specifically had him do an accent.
Mm-hmm.
And if it was just supposed to be like some mysterious mystery character, they wouldn't have him
But
specifically.
well, I mostly agree with you. But this is in Australia slash Tasmania, so you would expect he'd be local.
No, in the hotel. In the hotel.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
When they
But wait.
originally showed him.
Uh-huh. Wait, what are you saying?
They had him speak an accent in the
Uh
hotel in
uh-huh.
their original context. That Australia wasn't even.
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
mean,
So, but I get that part. So, what are you saying?
I what I'm saying is like I when I found out the actor was American,
Uh-huh.
I did not believe that like unlike for example the actor who played Wayne.
Mm-hmm.
Who was British, and so he just had him use a British accent. I mean, maybe he was British in the book, but anyway,
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
whatever. Like
Uh,
if they have this mysterious figure specifically use an Australian accent, it was
mm-hmm.
just hard for me to believe that there wasn't a connection there. That it wasn't just some random mystery figure in the hotel. It must be some character that we've heard of from Australia. And at that point, there's really only one.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That makes sense.
So like that as soon as I found out the actor was American, that's when I became 100% convinced that that's what it had to be.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, what this raises for me, that I immediately thought is sort of like again like the Mary thing, like objective evidence for the hotel, like so Kevin saw this guy there and he had information
Mm-hmm.
and he was helpful, a sort of a guide type figure, in addition to Virgil, um and he also in real life went through this experience where he died and came back.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, Kevin never met that guy, did he? He didn't know who he was. He wasn't like, oh, you're David Burton.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't seem to recognize him.
No, not at all.
Now, I did read a review that pointed out that, if you want to wiggle out of it, and I know Damon Lindelof loves to wiggle
Mm-hmm.
out of things, you can point out that there were news reports about him. It is possible that Kevin saw them, and even if he didn't register it consciously,
Mm-hmm.
subconsciously he saw it and projected, and that's where the face came from. That's how he
Mm-hmm.
was able to have
He
his.
projected somebody who had already been through this and thus was a good guide.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, that's a I would double down on that, except I don't quite believe. Again, I feel like there's probably so many news reports of people doing miraculous things that I don't know. David Burton's not going to get a profile on Entertainment Tonight. You know what I mean? If so I don't. You know,
Is that the bar
uh,
now?
is that what?
Is that like the test of
I guess I
worthiness
just meant that
for
he's like in the zeitgeist or something, or well known enough to like, oh, I'm
right
just flipping through channels and here's a story about this guy, or
trending on
I
Twitter?
got the sense like the stories about him were like in print, like a newspaper article or something, and and I wouldn't necessarily think that they would have pictures of him. But besides that little hurdle, I would totally want to double down on that and say, yeah, Kevin, not having Virgil, he manifested another person who could be a guide, which is a person who he had heard presumably died and
Yeah,
came back to life, which is somebody which would be almost better than Virgil.
right. Oh fuck me. Okay, hold on. Two things now.
Uh-oh. Give me the
So
second thing first.
okay, well, and the second
No,
thing is
sorry,
about
sorry.
Lori, because
Do whatever you want.
Lori actually specifically heard the story of David Burton.
Yes.
If she realizes that's who it was, and they do know his name by the end,
Hmm.
then she'll be able to make the connection.
That's a
I
good point.
guess she won't be able to make the other connection, but she'll know who that guy is.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Matt says that's the guy I was talking about, and then she'll go, "Who? Who was that guy?" Oh, he says God. See, that's what I feel like they'll do.
right,
Nobody. He claims he was God, and they won't
right.
actually. His name is David Burton.
That sounds pretty
But I
likely.
do also feel like they might, because especially in the Australia storylines, they love TV in the background giving some information. So I feel like if David Burton dies, and he obviously died in a public death that was super crazy, people are gonna write and talk about this guy getting eaten by a lion on an orgy ship,
Yeah,
uh, and with the police after him. So maybe so I don't know. I could see it on the background of a TV. Local legend David Burton, eaten
yeah.
by lion.
Yeah, definitely. And then yeah, I wonder if Kevin's gonna see it. I wonder if that's gonna become a thing. Like, is he gonna realize? You know what I mean? Is he gonna
Mm,
recognize him? I mean, I don't know, because like Kevin's really the one I
yeah,
want him to meet.
and maybe that'll be the thing is he'll have a little crisis and he'll say, but that's the guy from the hotel, and Laurie will be like, Kevin, you probably saw his face somewhere, and then you
Yeah,
manifested it in your whole delusion.
yeah, of course. Oh, Buzzkill Lori.
Mhm.
But yeah, I was just gonna say there is a TV report about it in season two, like in the background. Um,
Is there
yeah,
okay?
yeah,
So
there
that's the
is.
two places. So the tower guy writes a letter to David Burton.
Yeah,
Lori hears the story about David Burton, right? When
from
she's
the
book
her
deal guy.
potential publisher. Yeah, and
It's
there's
background.
I don't remember where the scene is because yeah, I just
Yeah.
don't. But at some point in the season on a TV, you see a report about it. You don't see his face.
Yeah.
Obviously, you don't see his face because they're concealing it.
Yeah.
But it raises the possibility that his face was shown on TV. Kevin saw it, and kind of like the whole thing of like Patty's like weird stories about her
Mm-hmm.
husband, that like he didn't remember that Lori told him that stuff, but maybe he did subconsciously, you know,
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
and he just didn't realize that it was in there, you know. It does seem possible, I have to admit. Otherwise, like again, I really want to. That the thing with his dad is strangely more compelling because that shit wasn't on the news and it was
Mm-hmm.
really specific. You know, it's a really specific thing to just randomly think of. I mean that
What is?
the idea that his dad was in a hotel room in Perth with a bunch of white people dressed up in like pseudo Aboriginal paint. There's a
Mm-hmm.
fire burning in the room. They're doing God's tongue. All of
Mm-hmm.
those details, and he's looking at a TV. All of those, of course, that goes with the hotel room, I guess. But like, all those details were correct,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's like that is hard for me to believe that was you know,
Mm-hmm.
random. I mean, you know what I mean? He couldn't have gotten that from a TV report.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true.
So that I would say so far, strangely, that's actually a stronger case for the truth of the hotel than the David Burton stuff is.
hmm Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think I wouldn't. I guess I should say I would believe that they would make the hotel a real place, just like they made the Flash Sideways a real thing,
Mm-hmm.
um, and the sort of afterlife whole part of Flash Sideways on Lost a real thing. So I could see that, but yeah, I think you're right. That is the biggest evidence. The David Burton is probably the number two biggest evidence.
Yeah.
Um, I think the bird.
Oh
So
yeah,
I
the
wanted
bird.
to, when I read that the script for International Assassins, I took a bunch of notes and I talked to you about it off podcast. I think I mentioned a couple things. Did I go through that list? I haven't gone through the list on the podcast though, right? I don't think I talked about the other notes I had.
Uh, no, I thought you did.
Did I? I don't remember.
I thought you did. On the
Uh,
the one whatever one we recorded after you read it. I thought you did, but maybe I'm
okay.
just remembering you told me. I
Well, I was just bringing it
I
up because
thought you did it.
I was gonna mention like a third thing that makes the hotel real is the bird flying around. So that idea in the
Right.
script that when Virgil kills the bird, that is, or captures it or whatever, or no, I think he smashes it, right?
Yeah, he smashed it.
Um, the bird in the script, when that happens, the script kind of the action lines in the script say something about like if we're paying close attention, yeah, I think I did read this. Yeah, if we're paying close attention, we might something like we might assume that when Erica opens the box, the bird will be dead.
Right.
So that's making a connection between the two worlds. And then Mary waking up, I guess, would be number four. Mary being
Yeah,
there and waking up
I was
is the
gonna throw
fourth
that
kind
in.
of connection. I think that's any other big ones. Uh, I mean, that's enough. But
It's a weak one, but I'll throw in Virgil being there because when Virgil gives him the poison, he says he's gonna sit there with an adrenaline shot or something, and
yeah,
he's gonna give it to Kevin to like bring him out of the thing he's in, and then he shoots himself.
hmm
And Kevin was already out by the time that happened, so
yeah.
I mean, it's not definitive, but it is something that he technically didn't know about.
Kevin was out by the time Virgil killed himself.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, you mean knocked out?
I mean, like dead,
Yeah,
supposedly.
yeah, 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 yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant out of the hotel.
Oh no, 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 yeah, knocked out from the poison.
Knocked out from the poison. Yeah, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. The other thing about David Burton is, and I was just kind of reading this thing, trying to refresh my memory about the times they had mentioned it. But this article's kind of saying, the fact that what we hear about David Burton is that he and his friends are rock climbing, and then he falls, and
Yeah.
then his friends go for help, and when they get back, he's alive miraculously. They're the only witnesses, so they could have made the whole thing up. So his claim to fame, in terms of that event, is not objectively true. Like his friends could have they could have all conspired and made that whole thing up.
True. I didn't even think about the David Burton's friends conspiracy theory. I have a different conspiracy theory about what
Ooh.
happens. That I think I will bring up later when it comes up.
Ooh, now
Because
patient.
because it actually ties in with something that I think might happen on the show. Although now that I think about it, it makes no sense. But anyway, I have a theory that a non supernatural explanation of what happened with David Burton. That's not that one, but that is actually a very plausible one because it just depends on you know, and I mean they didn't even
Mm-hmm.
There's
Yeah,
no way to
it's
verify
just one
any
of
of
those
that.
things. Yeah, yeah, and even that he fell, but it didn't say. Well, did you see him drop completely? Did he?
Yeah.
Man, there's so many things that can happen.
I mean, it's the kind of thing I could imagine, like, anyone reading the Book of Kevin could say, like,
Mm-hmm.
we're just supposed to believe you that, I mean, like, there's
Yep,
no
that's really
clear
the point.
confirmation that any of this happened.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
There's actually no witnesses.
Yeah.
I mean, Michael's kind of a witness. Michael did see the whole thing of him coming back after
He
being
saw that
buried.
part. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But and Patty was the only witness during the earthquake and the water thing.
Yeah.
Uh,
John sees him get shot and come back.
mm,
But
I
yeah.
shot you to go to the hospital to the next day. You Jesus, man, you Jesus. It's a direct quote. Um, but what's interesting too is now that we see this David Burton as compared to the hotel David Burton hangman karaoke guy, he is very kind of sure of himself in terms of what Kevin has to do. So that's kind of an interesting aspect of this, because this guy in the red hat, David Burton, is completely sure of himself to the point that he's murdering people.
Yeah.
So I thought that was kind of interesting. Just like, okay, because I'm like, why does this guy think he knows what's supposed to happen? Yeah, it just needs explaining why he, of all the people in the hotel and in the karaoke bar and all that stuff, like, why does he single out Kevin as someone important to deal with, as opposed to any of the other people there?
Right.
He seems to be waiting for him on the bridge when he gets there, right? Like,
Yeah.
and he has to, because I think Kevin already knows he has to take Patty to the well, yet
His
we get
dad.
this whole
Kevin Senior told him.
yeah, we get this whole and then but I mean, even in the hotel, like, there's the scene where, he gets the pamphlet, I guess, from Virgil about the well,
Yeah.
right? So he knows where it's supposed to be, I guess, generally.
Yeah. It's
So it's
in
weird to
Jordan.
get this interlude, right? It's not like he knew he had to take him to a well, but he didn't know where the well was, and so David Burton had to show him where the well.
No.
You know what I mean? It wasn't kind of like straightforward that way.
No.
And the
No.
same
No.
way David Burton tells him about the karaoke, and it is super straightforward, versus like someone telling Kevin, "Hey, Kevin, you need to like sing karaoke to get out of there." And then like he goes to the karaoke bar and he meets David Burton, and then David Burton's like, "Oh, by the way, there's the karaoke over there." You know what I mean? Like it doesn't quite line up the same, those two parts of the story.
Right.
All right, what's next?
Yeah. I mean, this David Burton, yeah. A big question that it raises for me is, how much does David Burton believe his own hype?
I think completely.
Completely?
I don't know. I don't think you kill people unless you believe in yourself.
I mean, is he not just like, I can get away with this? I can convince people? You know what I mean?
Yeah, kind of like if he has carte blanche to do things, then he'll just do it because he has the ability to, not necessarily that he believes that he should have that ability, or like, I don't know. I that's just my gut feeling, is that he actually believes this.
Because
I want to mirror it. I want to mirror, like I said, I want to make him a mirror to Kevin, where he's kind of the inverse Kevin, where Kevin doubts that he's special,
right,
versus David Burton believing that he's special.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're supposed to kind of look at thematically here.
Yeah. And like the crazier next step, that like, not only does he believe he's special, he believes he's actually God.
Yeah, and because of that belief, he's committing, he's smiting people, if you will,
right,
as the guy said, which is interesting, because I feel like that is what allows him to kind of get away with, like, if the Bible never talked about God smiting people, as a thing God does, because I feel like he's just like, hey, look at me, I'm God, I smite people like the Bible says,
right?
You know what I mean? I feel like that's his cover.
Yeah.
This is what God does, I smite people.
Yeah. He's taking inspiration from his past, I guess.
So can we talk about the card that he gives?
Yeah, so that's the next thing. Matt goes up and asks him if he's telling people he's God, and so he just hands him this card that says, "Yes, I am God," and then later we see Matt reading the back of the card, and it has all of these like uh
Frequently asked questions.
yeah, basically. Um little bits of trivia like this thing in the Bible wasn't really it
Mm-hmm.
didn't really happen this way. It was slightly different, you
Man,
know.
the ego on this guy to not only claim he's God, but to say the Bible is wrong and Jesus had a twin brother and that's who they saw. And what's crazy is he's giving a reasonable, grounded, logical explanation for what people thought was miraculous in the context of claiming himself as miraculous. It's so crazy. It's just that's a crazy moment, It's just it's so insane to have that juxtaposition to denigrate this big widely known miraculous thing and then to say yeah that wasn't real but me I'm real. That's crazy because I think he could have just easily been like yeah Jesus was Jesus, whatever the Bible says about Jesus was right, like that's fine, it's neither here nor there. I'm not here to like point out any discrepancies in the Bible. You know what I mean? So I find it interesting that he actually did do that and that he decided because it calls into question his own specialness, right? If he's saying Jesus wasn't special, it just directly calls into question his own specialness. Well, maybe there's a reasonable explanation for why you think you're Jesus or why
Oops.
bystanders thought resurrected or whatever. Do you have a twin?
Right.
And I'm actually not. I think we should hold out. I mean, it'd be weird if Dave
Okay,
Burke had a
okay,
twin.
yeah. So you basically already said it. So I might as well tell you. There's my
Okay.
theory. So
Yeah.
as soon as he talked about this theory that Jesus, who was also supposedly buried in a cave and
Mm-hmm.
came out, and his explanation for how that happened is that well he didn't really resurrect. He had a twin brother, and
Yeah.
that's who everyone saw, and assumed he had resurrected. I instantly thought, "Oh God, I think that's a clue."
Mm-hmm.
I think that probably like it could mean that the way he seemed to survive the cave is it was his twin brother, or at the very least, maybe he has a twin brother, and
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and even though he dies at the end of the episode, maybe he will still come back, and it'll
Yeah.
be his twin brother. He won't even come back to life necessarily, but if he
Mm-hmm.
has a twin brother, he can still be on the show in some
So
sense.
if we see a guy with a red hat, we'll go, "Oh wow, look, it's
Yep.
David Burton back from the dead again."
Yep.
But it'll be his twin brother, and maybe that'll be the thing. Maybe that's the resolution of this part of the story is like, the David Burton twin reveals himself and he reveals the hoax and he's like, yeah, this was all a thing me and my brother did, and
Yeah.
we went rock climbing with our friends and we had this whole fake thing where it looked like he died and it was really me,
Right.
or whatever, or like I was the one, maybe that's it. Maybe he's like, I couldn't handle life anymore or something from the sudden departure. I was depressed. I wanted to escape, and so
Mm-hmm.
I pretended to kill myself and,
Right.
and or whatever, something like that, where they could like plausibly make it work and then David Burton like takes over for his I
Right.
don't know. It's kind of not making that much sense, but generally you understand what I'm saying. Um,
That's what I
yeah.
thought instantly, just bringing up that
Mhm.
specific of a theory about
That's kind of what I
Jesus.
mean. Yeah, in
Because
that
the
moment.
resurrection is the same idea,
Exactly. That's why I was saying it's such a crazy moment for him to be claiming his specialness while giving the reasonable explanation for someone else's claim to
Right.
specialness. Does seem to suggest something, right? Because why would you do that in the same moment? Yeah. So that's a good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think we should definitely keep this idea of a twin in mind,
Yeah.
um, and and clearly he can die. I mean, well, I was meaning his body can be hurt. I guess that's what I meant.
Right.
Because a lion kind of bit his head off.
Right.
That's the thing. Like, I don't think Kevin can survive that. So I
Yeah,
think this
yeah.
guy can't. Even even if there was a specialness to him that made him hard to die, or something, I just don't see that. his body would like heal its wounds or something, and he would
Right.
return to life. I mean, that's a bit much.
Yeah, that's the bullet bouncing off your head or whatever.
Yeah.
It's just too extremely supernatural to like really be allowed. I think like there's yeah.
Mhm.
No, I get the sense that he really dies at the end, and yeah, whatever specialness maybe he had, won't necessarily be enough. But yeah, if there is a twin out there, that would be a way to maybe resolve the thing with him and Kevin.
Hmm. Yeah, so I mean, could it be that this David Burton wasn't the one in the plays, or
I think
maybe
it totally could be that. He doesn't
maybe
seem that much like the guy in the
you know
hotel. He
what?
didn't seem that helpful.
That's exactly, yeah. I was just gonna say maybe it's the reverse of what I said. Maybe the real David Burton, maybe this guy in the red hat is the imposter. He's the twin, and
Yeah,
he
the
is,
bad twin, if you will.
what was that?
The bad twin.
Bad twin again. Jeez, we're all in the bad twin.
Very true.
Yeah, he is. I think he is the bad twin. He's a murderer, and I think maybe that's what it is. So maybe the real David Burton did sort of have this miraculous resurrection, but he didn't like want any fame from it or any acclaim from it or something.
Yeah.
And then or maybe his bad twin killed him just to test him, and he actually did die or something. But
Right.
anyway, my point is maybe this guy is an imposter. You know,
Yeah.
he's Billy Burton or something,
Right.
not David Burton. And maybe
Billy.
that's the way the twin thing could work. And the David Burton we saw before was a different person.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Personality wise, he doesn't seem that similar. I mean, except for what you're saying. I mean, he's certainly like self assured or whatever, but
Yeah.
he doesn't seem helpful or whatever, benevolent in the way the guy in the hotel did. So, yeah, I think that's a pretty good theory. There's something to that twin thing. It's just hard for me to believe that came up, and and what you're saying is like specifically it's about coming back from being dead, which is already a thing on the show, and it's specifically like debunking a supernatural event.
Yeah.
Like it just seems like there's no way.
Because I think it's
That's
just
all
telling the
there
audience, hey, a supernatural event can have a real world answer that's not supernatural. You
Yeah.
know. And I do, by the way, I did love that idea that Jesus had a twin, and that's what happened. It's
Yeah.
a great like reveal from the New Testament.
It is.
Surprise! He
No
had a
one saw
twin
it
the whole
coming.
time. Well, what's weird though, of course, is like they were there for his birth, so you think there would have been two babies the whole time.
Right.
So you'd have to kind of explain, first of all, Mary would have some explanations because she had a double immaculate conception.
Right. Right.
And then like what happened to the other baby?
Well, I guess to be fair, like none of the disciples were there for his birth, I don't think. So,
Yeah, but the three wise men were.
Yeah, but where were they later? I mean, I think they faded into obscurity.
But wouldn't the story of twins being born?
Oh, you think they would mention that there were twins?
Why wouldn't they?
I don't know. Yeah, you're right. It's weird. There was a cover up. I don't know.
Or like it didn't fit the prophecy because the prophecy didn't mention, or like
Yeah.
they're twins, but they're fraternal twins, and one, so whichever one was born first was the Jesus, and like the special one, and the second one was just the brother, whatever.
Yeah. You go over here.
I just think the Messiah having a twin would be an important thing to record in your gospel.
It's a reasonable thing to say.
But anyway, this other stuff he says I thought that's a very interesting thing just on a writing level, that he introduces himself as God, on this business card, and immediately just starts to debunk things that we sort of generally know, or at least, he's given his opinion about things we generally know. And I thought that was like really interesting. And and it's nothing that like it's nothing that really proves he's God, but it has the sort of perspective of what God, of this kind of absolute truth that he's saying, well, this thing is this thing and this thing is this thing, kind of a thing.
It's the
Um,
kind of thing that seems to give authority, but like anyone could
anyone
just
can
make
write
that
that.
stuff up. Like for example, the writers on The Leftovers.
No, they didn't make it up. It was divinely inspired and transcribed. This whole show is the new gospel,
Oh God.
literally.
I'm not ready for that.
Oh, God won't give you more than you can handle.
Not the
Don't
new
worry.
gospel on HBO. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about a couple of these things he mentioned.
Oh,
Because I thought
okay.
super interesting, specific things.
Yeah.
Um, I go by many names, but Mr. Burton is fine. I love that. Not like I go by many names, but you can call me Mr. Burton. But he's just like, it's fine. That's cool. You don't have to go out of your way to say anything else.
Right.
You know. But don't and I also that he didn't. Other people call him David Burton, but I thought it was interesting that in this thing he didn't say Mr. David Burton is fine or anything like that.
Right.
Just says David Burton, which I think holds out hope for the twin theory to come true.
True.
Um, in some way, some kind of loophole, maybe loophole.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that was the other thing. Oh man, I can't quite remember what I was gonna say, but it was gonna tie into why they were gonna do the twin thing. I don't know. Maybe it'll come back to me. He says no, I didn't create unicorns, but does that mean they're not real?
Well, who else would have done it?
Nature, evolution, natural selection.
Oh, doesn't he say? Doesn't he say evolution is real, but it's not what you think?
He says it doesn't work the way you think it does, which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
that's science.
I know.
That's great. We're right about that it does occur, but it's not the way we think it does. Crap.
Yeah, with no hints about how does it really work?
That's the whole point.
That would be there's like if he starts spitting out stuff like that, that's where it starts to seem credible. Like what if he suddenly says, "Here's how evolution really works," and suddenly it checks out,
Well, he'd be God.
What if he's like, yeah, I mean, what if he goes to, some famous unsolved problem or something, and he's like, here's a solution, just I don't know, you know what I mean? I mean, if he just starts doing stuff like that, who's not going to believe him?
Yeah, but he's not doing that.
Well, yeah, it calls into question whether he's really God, I would say.
Well, damn, I think that's the whole point. Yeah, Eve was not made from Adam's rib, it was his tibia. I like that.
Yeah.
I do like the idea that, because I mean, obviously, just by the virtue of the amount of time and the amount of different people who have, sort of worked on the Bible as a project, I guess.
Right.
There's got details that have been translated and are transposed and are a little wrong. And I like that idea of him like kind of pointing out these. It's kind of what you think it is, but it's a little bit different.
It's not like Adam and Eve didn't happen.
Or like Eve wasn't made from Adam at all. Eve was whatever, completely different thing.
Yeah.
But I like that it was no, that part's right, but it was the tibia.
Right. The tiny detail was off.
Which is that's your shin bone, right? Like your lower leg bone.
I think so. Yeah. Right.
I was just wondering if is that a better bone to make a human than a rib? Is there any logical sense that
I don't know. I mean, it never made any sense to me, but yeah. I mean, I don't know why you would make someone out of a bone in the first place. I mean, he just formed Adam out of the earth, so I don't know why he couldn't do that again.
Mm-hmm. I always kind of assumed the reason for that had something to do with man's dominance over woman or something like that. Like he's from her kind of, or she's from him.
She's
sort
dependent
of
on him in some way.
Biologically it should be the other way around. But I always thought it was something like some weird kind of male chauvinist thing where like, yeah, women, you're from us,
right.
God didn't, create you from clay or earth or whatever like he did Adam,
Right.
And then I also used to think that somehow it was easier like now that he had already made a human being,
right,
like he didn't have to go make one from scratch anymore. It was kind of like a cloning thing, he kind of cloned Eve from Adam.
Yeah, it seems like that's vaguely what they were going for.
God, the original cloner. He did human cloning before it was popular. I asked Abraham to kill Isaac just to see if he'd do it.
Oh yeah.
So you think I mean, that's literally what God does when he's testing people.
Well,
So
the
that,
thing is, I feel like that's what's in the Bible. I
yeah,
mean, call me crazy, but I that's my interpretation of the story.
I mean, it's just to see if he'd do it. Dot 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 to prove his
Yeah,
loyalty to God, but I think like yeah, that is kind of the thing. But I
yeah.
think here he's trying to say there was no more sort of reason for it than just to see if he'd do it. Like, you know what I mean?
He didn't really care about his loyalty or his
Cares,
faith
but
or what have you.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Uh,
Which
or to be
which
like,
I'm just gonna say, I don't think the Bible specifies that that's the reason. I think that's the interpretation, and not to say it doesn't make any sense,
mm-hmm,
but I don't think it specifies exactly why he did it, and so
yeah.
I think it's a
Well, that's the
valid thing to
whole.
say.
Yeah, that's the whole. Literally, what you're saying is the whole thing with Job confronting God, right? Is like
Yeah,
he says, God, you put me through all these tests. Why? And then God's like, I don't have to answer that.
yeah. How dare you question me?
Yeah.
Like where were you when I was, creating the planets and the universe,
Mm-hmm.
and like
Not
who are
created yet.
you to like even try to
Mm-hmm.
ask me or make me justify myself? Like,
Which honestly, on a very, that specific idea of going through conflict and trying to figure out the meaning behind it, and appealing to a higher power, sort of a secondary part of that. But that, I mean, that's the point of Lost. That's the point of
yep,
Leftovers. So I find that actually really, really interesting. That you know, the idea that you don't get the answers, you
yeah,
know even when you're talking to God, you don't get the answers. So I feel
right.
like that's super part of the theme of both Lost and the Leftovers.
Though in the case of the Job story, we the reader know the answer. He refuses to tell Job, but the reason why he did it
Mm-hmm.
is because he had this like sort of bet going with Satan, who said, Job looks like he's really faithful to you now, but if you take away all the
Oh my
blessings, all
God,
the good things
I
he
think I
has in his
saw this
life.
before on Lost. It was Jacob and Man in Black betting about the nature of human beings and whether or not, will that's exactly what Man in Black would have said. Oh, well, your follower, the others, they follow you now, but if I, for instance, storm into the temple and tell them I'll kill
Mm-hmm.
them if they don't leave,
Oh
let's see if they
God.
do now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Damn,
That's
yeah, they just totally stole that part.
that's definitely the idea. Yeah. Like if you take those things away, he will curse you and
Mhm.
he will abandon you, and God's like, "All right, let's see." And so
Mhm.
that's the
But
that's the reason.
shouldn't God know what would happen?
Nah.
It doesn't work like that. All right.
It kind of ruins the story if he already knows.
Mhm.
Yeah, God is not. He's not what I would call omniscient in the Bible. I mean, there's several moments where it doesn't seem like he knows what's going to happen.
Mhm.
It seems like he's just kind of reacting as much as everybody else is.
Yeah. Oh, another thing I want to bring up just before I forget it. There's also a similar thing about I think man, I'm kind of forgetting what it was connecting to, but I was trying to connect um what's his name? Ben on Lost asking Jacob, "What about me?" This
Yeah,
idea of a deity not paying attention
it's
to.
that's almost the same thing
Yeah.
again. The
Yeah.
confrontation with God with the Job. That yeah, it's the same. What
Yeah,
about
exactly.
you?
What about you? Exactly. Yeah.
I didn't think about that. He's just yeah. He's fixated on certain things. Clearly.
Yeah, clearly loves that thing. But yeah, I do think that you're right that like the reader knows why God is testing Job, but that's like objective information, right, for the situation. But like subjectively for Job,
He gets
as
no answers.
exactly,
Yeah.
as like the lost he's going through the life, us going through life in real life, or like people in the leftovers going through their lives, like they're not going to get the answers, even if we have like sort of objective knowledge about what's happening as
Right.
the audience.
Right. Right.
Very
Exactly.
interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, Damon Lindelof definitely has his well, if you will, that he goes to. Um,
Which includes wells.
which includes wells, by the way.
He's all about wells.
He's got a well in his well. Yeah, there's a well on Lost. There's a well on
Yep.
Leftovers.
Yep.
Both people being pushed in
Pushed into wells. Yeah, I remember that whole thing reminded me a lot of the Lost thing with Desmond. It's like she goes down the well, and then he goes down the well, and
I almost kind of want to connect. Oh man,
Man
Sayid.
in Black in the well.
Yeah, there's a thing there about. Yeah, no, I can't really make it work.
Locke in the well.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody ended up in a well eventually. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I guess that's just like what you call what's the word for that? Like, individual style or something. I mean,
his artist voice, artistic.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
When you see those elements, like that's where it really stands out, and that's where it's sort of like that's clearly the Damon Lindelof touch.
The most interesting thing to me is going to be to see what Damon Lindelof does after Leftovers.
Yeah.
Because we'll basically get a third TV show from him. 3 is a magic number.
Right.
And I'm curious to see how similar it will be to his other work.
Right. Yeah.
Because he's got to find something that allows him to do all of his tricks and all of the things he's interested in. And not many stories generally let you do that.
Yeah, you need a specific kind of story to make that work. Actually, it was something I was wondering about the book. Like, is the book, how much does the book focus on some of those aspects, versus the show? Because, I mean, obviously after season 1, they're beyond the book. And I feel like, after season 1, the story becomes even more Lindelofian, than it was in season 1. But it sort of feels like he grafted some of his particular obsessions onto the Leftover story. Maybe. I mean, I haven't read the book, so I don't know. Yeah. But I strongly suspect, like, it was like, well, in a world like this is perfect for, like, the kinds of things that I'm interested in.
Yeah, a world that starts with uncertainty. Like, it starts with the ultimate uncertainty, and the need for survival in the face of that uncertainty.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Meaning, wanting to find meaning in things, wanting to understand.
Yeah, I was actually going to suggest, because I'm interested in reading the book at a certain point.
Yeah.
So maybe we can read it and do a podcast about it.
Yeah. I would definitely be curious about it. It would be interesting to compare.
I don't think it's that long either. I think it's a pretty short book.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just season 1.
So the other thing on David Burton's card that Matt is reading, he says, I won the bronze medal for decathlon. And I don't know if that's I just caught this because I'm reading it, but I don't know if that's like one of those weird Australian UK things where they say like I'm in hospital and I'm what is it? I'm on holiday or something.
Oh yeah.
Those kind of things. Because he says I won it for decathlon, not the decathlon. And I feel like an American would say the decathlon.
Right.
Anyway, it's a small thing. But then he says, and then the one you can't remember is the hammer throw. And and the one you can't remember is the hammer throw. I thought that was an interesting thing to say too. Like, like as soon as he says the word decathlon, we're gonna think, okay, well, what are the 10 events in a decathlon?
Things? Yeah.
And there's one I can't, and I know 9 of them. And the one I can't remember is the hammer. But it's almost like a mind reading trick, you know, where he's kind of putting it in your head because you didn't quite have time to not remember this one because he just brought it up. But he's kind of like presupposing that he knows what you're gonna not remember.
Right.
Very interesting thing to get across in like one line.
Yeah.
And then he said, had nothing to do with the Crusades, nor any type of genocide / Holocaust.
Right.
And I think it's an interesting point he makes. contrasted with the fact he's murdering people on this ferry from time to time.
Right.
But it is interesting that he wipes his hands clean of genocide and war. And
Right.
by the way, you might not have had anything to do with it, but your followers seem to think it
They
was
sure
all
did.
you.
And you didn't fucking correct them.
It is. Well, he wasn't God yet, and that's what I really don't get. Maybe we can talk about
Yeah,
it.
that's hard to understand.
How he claims to have knowledge of things before, but it's almost like if God was doing things during the crusade or sort of not doing things during the crusade, then God existed then.
Yeah.
But David Burton wasn't that God because his departure hadn't happened yet and he hadn't died
Right.
yet. So did so God is like a suit you can wear, like a power suit or something, and or
That's
like
what it kind of seems like. It almost seems like
oh,
when he died, like he
I
was.
just realized what it seemed like.
Oh God, what does it seem like?
Seems like someone's a candidate and they're the protector of the island now, and they're imbued with powers because they get to that level.
Yeah, yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
That is definitely it.
Yeah, that's cool. That's actually a cool idea of like the departure happens and then there's various people throughout the world who have these miraculous kind of death-defying things happen. But then the people who die and come back are the candidates to be God or something.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy if that's the show. Like God's looking for his candidate. He took 2% for some reason, and now out of the rest of the people, he's like, okay, let's see who's left, who can be candidates.
Right.
If there's a cave wall that we find with every human being's name on it,
I know. That's yeah.
your name on it, we'll know.
That's gonna be crazy.
I also think the fact that he's claiming to be God and not just special in some lower sense is what kind of makes Matt, disbelieve him right off the bat. Because I feel like if he was like, "Hey, I can't die," and that's really all I want to say about it, he might have believed him. Because Kevin did the same thing,
Right.
But the fact that he's claiming such a higher status, well, the highest status, if you will, it seems like that's why Matt's like, okay, this guy's a joke. There's no way he's God,
Yeah.
Yeah. And wear a red hat.
Right.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I just want to go through the list that he said.
It's a good
one. He just handed to me like I was asking for an autograph. Cool. Okay, you want to go to the next part?
Sure. So, let's see. Right. So they read the card. Let's see. So I guess Michael's there, and he tells Matt to laugh it off, but Matt's not convinced by that. And let's see. Michael also wants him to tell Lori he's sick. Oh, this is where he mentioned that Lori helped John stop keeping in his feelings. Because let me tell you, if you watch season 2, you're gonna see John like keeping in his feelings all the time.
Yeah, he was the most unemotional person I've ever seen.
It's so laughable. It's like, wow, is that? I don't know. It's
I guess okay. Let's be fair. To be fair, maybe he's saying before season 2, which is stuff that was he was keeping it inside and it was bubbling over. And season 2 is when it like bubbled over and
exploded. And
first time, we did get that line from Erica, right? When the guy's like, "So, since when do we start burning down people's houses? Tonight."
Right.
So that was the first time he'd gone that far.
True.
So to be fair, he's sort of talking probably about their childhood. He kept everything in and pretended he wasn't mad about things, and then the departure happens would probably make things worse.
And maybe Virgil molested him. Yep.
Yep, I had to bring that up too. Yeah, whatever Virgil may or may not have done. Virgil wasn't even his dad, so Virgil's Erica's dad.
Erica's
dad. I don't know.
They grew up in the same town. This time when I watched season 2, I was more convinced that that's what happened.
Really?
Yeah. I think it's not it's not stated clearly. Obviously, it's not stated clearly, or I would have fucking figured it out already. But
Yeah.
but it seemed clearer to me this time that
But
it
could have been
was.
something else.
Yeah, of course, it could have been something else, but it seemed like the simplest explanation that fit everything that people say. You know.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know anything about Virgil. It's a strange thing to tell us about him. You know what I mean? Of all the, it's a strange thing to just kind of hint at. What's kind of
Yeah.
explanation. And maybe that's why maybe that's why we're supposed to think John's anger stems from or something.
I think that's part of it, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think they basically say, or maybe just imply, or maybe I just thought this, that like that's part of the reason why he doesn't like people who claim to like have supernatural powers or whatever.
Yeah, and I was trying to tie it to religion somehow. Like, was Virgil a minister? Did he, maybe that combination of him being hurt by a religious person makes him hate people who have like faith or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think they said that. Right? They didn't say he was a minister or anything.
No. But it did seem like he had some kind of strange mystical practice.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he certainly helps Kevin in a strange way.
Yeah.
And the bird thing.
Yeah.
And he makes pies.
There you go. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know.
I forgot about the pie mystery.
What was the pie mystery?
You don't remember? There's a mystery pie. You gotta rewatch season 2.
Mystery pie is the tastiest pie there is.
Yeah, this mystery pie shows up, and then they.
Oh yeah. And it's like, oh no, don't eat the pie because like it must be poisoned or something.
Yeah.
It was fine. It was his peace offering.
Yeah, Virgil was just sending pies. No big deal. Get over it.
Mm-hmm. It seems a little late to be sending a pie for whatever transgression he had, but whatever.
It was John's birthday.
Birthday pie.
Birthday pie, exactly.
Everyone's favorite birthday pie.
It was definitely too late to make up for the molestation.
20 years later, I got you a pie.
Hey, can we call it even?
Mm-hmm. It's blueberry. Or was it cherry? I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was either. Okay, so let's see. He brings up the idea that maybe Laurie's a disciple also.
Yep. That's the thing about
Laurie.
That's the thing about our modern culture. It's just like the Ghostbusters movie with all women. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I think finally
it's ruining
women,
my childhood right
now. Finally, women are accepted enough to be disciples. No.
I can't handle it.
I think it's great for equality. I think it's good. Get some estrogen in the discipling.
I thought that was Michael and Laurie.
Yeah, right.
What? Laurie?
Oh, geez. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. I'm not sure if she could be a disciple when she doesn't believe in any of this stuff. That was
maybe that's her role, though. She'll be the doubting one. Like exactly.
Oh, jeez.
You got there just a second before I thought.
Unfortunately. Oh, God. Doubting. Laurie's doubting Thomas.
Yep. Doubting Thomas, doubting Laurie.
Wow.
Maybe that'll be a thing. I mean, maybe she'll actually see something that causes her to believe.
Yeah, so that's what happened with doubting Thomas, and he didn't believe until he could see and feel the wounds received by Jesus on the cross.
Exactly.
Which actually David Bird needs to explain. If Jesus has a twin, why does he have the same wounds?
Oops.
Forgot about that.
Did he fake it? Did he study the wounds and then like?
Yeah. Maybe David Burton would say this doubting Thomas part of the story is wrong,
He could easily say
right?
that, yeah.
Because he would have to say that's wrong because it wasn't really Jesus.
Right.
Then he would basically say, yeah, when Jesus came back as, but he was really the twin, he didn't have any wounds because he's healed by God.
Right. Right.
Interesting though that this whole doubting Thomas thing. I feel like if we were religious scholars, we'd we'd dissect this show a little more aptly, I think, because they're clearly just pulling from this stuff,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
I
that
mean,
calls into question. Maybe Lori is going to get some kind of tangible proof of Kevin's pain and suffering that will convince her that he's Jesus.
yeah, yeah. Exactly. No, I mean, it just seems like a plausible arc. Maybe like she'll end up being the only one who actually believes in Kevin by the end.
That sounds plausible too.
It's just, yeah. I mean, I sort of wonder what these characters are even doing there. You know, what purpose are they going to serve? What's their story going to be? I mean, obviously, part of it is they're characters on the show, so they need to be like where things are happening. But where is this going?
I guess John was the doubting Thomas too in season 2.
Yeah, definitely.
He's kind of doubting certain
extremely
Thomas-y
doubting
things. Extremely doubting, yeah. Extremely doubting Thomas. Yeah, he was really not about it.
Thomas will burn your house down.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Okay, where are we?
All right, so so I guess Matt. This is when Matt then goes to speak with Lori. She tells him all this stuff about Frasier. This is all real stuff, by the way. There really was a Frasier.
Okay, interesting. I thought that might have been true.
Yeah. Frasier impregnating lionesses. I don't know. Is that a thing? Anyway. Are they still lions? Are the females still lions?
They're
I'm always confused about like
they are lions, but they are lionesses.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Like a cow. A cow is female automatically.
Well, like yeah, it's sort of like, yeah, you're saying like a chicken versus a rooster, and
exactly.
like a mare, right? It's a female horse, but a mare is a horse.
Right. Yeah. So I feel like some of those are like they can be either gender, but then maybe some of them are specifically. Anyway, I was just wondering about lioness. If you can say lion, or if somehow that implies they're male.
Well, yeah, because I think if you said a pride of lions, that would include females. You wouldn't have,
right.
So I don't know.
You wouldn't have to say a pride of lions and lionesses.
Mm-hmm.
It does seem kind of clunky.
Yeah.
But like Romance languages have the rule that if there's a group and like there's one male thing amongst, it could be like a billion female things. There's one male thing there, then you refer to the group as a male thing.
Classic chauvinism. Classic chauvinism.
That's what I was thinking about Pride of Lions. Well, if there's one male lion there, then it's a Pride of Lions, and if it's literally all females, then maybe it's a Pride of Lionesses.
Let's see, female Pride of Lions. Well, here's let's see if there's a thing here. Well, National Geographic is not helpful. Speaking of National Geographic, wow, that's so weird that happened, because I was just going to talk about. Wow, this is so interesting. Wow, that's such a weird thing. I searched this thing, and the first link was a National Geographic link, because I was going to bring up that this Frasier, I know, this Frasier thing is a connection to our real world that's verifiable, just like the National Geographic magazine is. So I just thought that was kind of interesting. Like, they gave us another connection to our reality.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for a third one. What'd you say?
Pre-departure.
What's pre-departure?
The Frasier.
Oh, yes. The departure did not happen in our world. That's correct.
No, I just mean it's a connection to the real world from before the departure.
Ah, yes, you're right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because that's my contention is that the worlds are identical up to the departure.
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah. So it kind of doesn't matter in a way because
Exactly.
it's just verifying their history is our history up to the departure. Yeah.
Yeah. Which, yeah, I think, yeah. And so, I mean, this is all, I mean, business. Old lion, bunch of female lions had a bunch of cubs, and now they honor him somehow by having, the sex cruise. I guess that's the idea.
I think they would have the sex cruise anyway. I think he's an excuse.
You think they just take any excuse to have? No, I think only Frasier could inspire a sex cruise. Yeah, you're probably right. And Lori decides they can actually, I guess, use Matt's story with Kevin. Because his story's better. I love that. That seems like commentary. That seems like I was thinking about because I was reading Damon Lindelof interview where he was talking about coming up with the pushing Patty into a well thing. And I was thinking about how when Nora reads that thing from Matt's book, she was like, where does Matt come up with this stuff? It's like such a... We know who Matt is.
Wait, what did you say?
Matt.
I'm confused.
It's like a meta comment, It's sort of like having a character.
Yeah.
Basically,
they're referencing Matt, but we know the writers wrote it.
It's really Damon Lindelof they're talking about in that case.
Yeah, exactly.
With that
She's giving credit to him, but it's really, we know it's a TV show, so we know there's other people. So they're basically saying, how did the writers come up with this?
Yeah, it's the writers themselves, like, compliment, you know what I mean? Like, they do that sometimes, like, wow, I can't believe they cut, and this sort of reminds me of that, like, you have a better story, and it's sort of like, yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. It looks like lion, as the definition, is gender neutral.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
That's what I thought, but there's a lot of lioness talk in this episode.
They're so empowered, which I thought was maybe a safe way to kind of couch it in a little bit of feminism. Because I feel like the story of Frasier is the opposite. The story of Frasier is of male domination, not of female empowerment.
Right.
So that's interesting how they kind of dovetailed it into a bit of a different relationship there. But I think it may be a little bit safer because no one wants to see a version of this where like some guy is like, yeah, we're gonna have an orgy and the whole point is to like dominate these women like Frasier did. Like no one's gonna watch that.
Right.
It's definitely more interesting having the female empowerment angle.
Yeah. So then Lori slips up and mentions that Kevin saw Evie. So this is when Matt finds out about that. I guess she didn't tell anyone about that. But she wants Matt not to tell John, which means that it's 100% guarantee that he will. At some point in the episode, at least that's what I was thinking at the time. Because like he's gonna find out eventually, and Matt's probably gonna reach a point where you know he needs the ammunition. So then Lori leaves Matt alone. He throws up from the leukemia, I guess, or maybe it's just seasickness. I don't know.
Yep.
It'd be hilarious if it's a reveal that like
it's something he ate.
Leukemia is back, but he's wrong.
Yeah.
I think it's supposed to be true, but it's weird how there's no like specific like we don't see him with a doctor or anything. You know. Anyway, this is when
that's probably his greatest fear is that coming back.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we're supposed to think it's true, but I mean, where would they really go with that if he is getting sick again? They can only go.
That probably just would mean he's gonna die before the end of the series. That would be my best
And we're gonna get
guess.
all these weird shots of him like going to a hospital and like, I mean, you don't
Well,
die from leukemia necessarily like fast,
yeah,
you
it's
know.
true.
Especially if he seems relatively healthy now. It seems weird to me that like the end of the show would be dealing with
Well,
him
I mean, there
dying
is a
out.
flash forward, so maybe his death will be covered by the flash
Oh,
forward
good point. Good
somehow.
point. In that case, I would buy it. If we don't have to deal with it on the show proper, you know,
Yeah,
then
they clearly
I
don't
then
have
I would
time
buy
for
it.
an extended like bout of like coping
Yeah,
with cancer.
exactly.
So, but it just like maybe that's a reason why he'll die, or they'll cover it briefly in a montage, or
Mm-hmm.
some kind of quick thing.
Yeah.
It just I'm just guessing that means he's gonna die before the end of the show, just because like ends of shows like people die. This is a reason why he would die.
Mm-hmm.
You know, seems like a direction they
Or
could
maybe
go
he
in.
like sacrifices himself because he thinks he's gonna die
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah,
So like
that's definitely another way to go.
yeah, probably tries to save Kevin somehow and
Yep, yep,
sacrifices himself.
yep, yep, because he's got nothing to lose, and yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and then like, oh no, it was seasickness.
Yeah.
It's too late. It's too late, Matt.
It's too late. It was just seasickness all along. Worst Twilight Zone episode ever.
Definitely. Right. So this is when he sees God, aka David Burton, Mr. Burton, please, throwing somebody overboard. And no one cares. No one's interested.
No one cares.
And so he gets a life preserver and he jumps in, and I guess doesn't rescue the guy. Obviously, doesn't rescue the guy. And he gets pulled out, and this is when the captain like has a little talk with Matt. Kind of, he says, "There's no record of who's on board, so they can't figure out if anyone's missing." I'm just gonna point out Manifest. We'll go back, go back to Lost.
Manifest.
He wasn't on the boat.
Don't forget Captain Galt.
And Captain Gall, of course. Don't trust the captain, but the captain's the most trustworthy one on the boat.
He has the same kind of stature where he's a bit objective to what's going on. Like he's just a guy who's doing a job.
Yep.
He has no sort of intrinsic connection to the people who paid him for this mission,
Or to David Burton. He knows who they are, but yeah, he's not biased, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I wouldn't call him my friend or whatever. It's like that, and to me, that's like classic Lindelof, or kind of writing that whole like one person says A, and then then we get to the you hear something like this attributed to that person, and then you hear from that person, and they contradict it.
Yeah,
it's great.
Classic, absolutely.
Real quick, I wanted to say. Yeah. David Burton threw the guy over the water. Maybe, the crewman did tell Matt that, David Burton is smiting people, but maybe that's an incorrect interpretation. And what he's doing is saving people from their pain or something. So maybe, I'm just saying, maybe this guy asked to be thrown overboard in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he came up to him and was like, I'm hurt. I need, I can't kill myself. Or maybe like, I don't, I want to kill myself, but I don't want to go to hell or something. Can you help me out? And he's like, yeah, I can help you out overboard and throw. So maybe it's not exactly murder, and it's like assisted suicide or something.
Right.
Just to throw that out there to be in the mix of like what could be happening.
Did Matt even ask about it?
About what?
About the guy throwing the guy over.
Yeah, I think he did. I don't remember what happened. We'll get to that scene and we can look at.
Because I feel like he never really gave a great answer.
Well, no, he didn't.
Why he did that?
Just like God.
Just like God. It's a weird moment. It's a weird thing to even include in the episode. But I mean, because like he gets eaten by a lion in the end, so like the weird thing is like it's not even necessary.
Yeah.
It's. I don't know.
Well, and that's the thing, that article we were reading about this episode was saying that they kind of knew the end point was he's going to get eaten by the lion.
Right.
They kind of knew that whole thing. I think him throwing people overboard, is something they probably got to just thinking about the character. Like, okay, this guy who thinks he's God, well, what would he do? He's the absolute authority, and so yeah, I think you get to him murdering people pretty quickly, thinking like that.
Right. Right.
And as the conflict for Matt.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess so. I guess so. But it just, I don't know. I mean, it provides some urgency, but I mean, it does. It clearly does serve a function, but I don't know. It also seems like a bit of a bit of a distraction from the main thing because we really don't learn anything about it. We don't know who that guy was. We don't know what transpired before he threw him
Mm-hmm.
over. I mean, I was doubting if it even happened. I was like, is he so sick he's hallucinating too now?
Oh,
You know,
jeez.
like because like when they were like it's just the way everyone reacted to it. I was starting to doubt whether it
Mm-hmm.
was even whether it really was even a thing.
Well, once Matt jumped overboard, everybody seemed to care. Because
Yeah,
people keep running and blowing the whistle. Because that's the thing on a ship. Like, if
yeah,
you yell "man" overboard, like the crew is supposed to care, and so he did do
yeah.
this, but the crew guy didn't seem to care or hear him or something weird. And yeah, it did seem like, oh, maybe he could. I didn't think he imagined it, but I see, but there was a weirdness to it of like, did that actually happen? No one's taking it seriously like it happened, or do they care? Does death matter to these people? We don't really know
Right,
anything about them besides their fetishes.
right, right. Yeah.
And I do feel like there is some kind of manifest. I mean, not that the captain necessarily knows, but the lioness lady had some paper in her hand. She was checking off names or something.
That's what it seemed
Or
like.
uh,
Yeah.
exactly a manifest, but at least some kind of list of people. But anyway,
Yeah. Um right. So at this point the captain tells him some details about David Burton. Yeah, he was in a decathlon as we mentioned earlier, and he became God after dying in a rock climbing accident. His companion dragged his body into a cave to keep it from dingoes because dingoes can't go in caves. I don't know. I don't really understand that, but when he returned, Burton was fine, and convinced he was God. Later, oh sorry, that's the end of that. Um, I don't have anything that happened later in that story. Um, uh, so later we have Matt with John. Did you want to say anything about the captain scene?
I do.
Okay. Yeah.
I just wanted to point out like that line where Matt says he's wearing a red hat and he calls himself God. I can't help but think about Donald Trump in that moment, because Donald Trump has a huge ego and he also wears a red hat. He's famous for his red hat. So anyway, I
Right.
just wanted to bring that
Right.
up.
That's weird.
And yeah, very weird. Um, and also someone who thinks of himself as having absolute authority. So um,
Yeah. Yeah, I see your point. That's weird.
but yeah, there's this line here about he's saying that David Burton said he washed his hand of the Holocaust. Yeah, you didn't have anything to do with these things, but what did you do to stop them? Is my question.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a
Mm-hmm.
good point. I mean that's always the thing, you know. It's like the good thing happens and it's like, thank you God, you've blessed me. But when the bad
Mm-hmm.
things happens, it's like
It's
it's
like, oh, God
nobody's
wasn't
fault.
around. God was abstaining in that moment, and it's like, but dang, that's the time when I needed you.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And it's like why doesn't he get, you know, why isn't there balance there? Why is he only responsible for the good things?
Because otherwise he wouldn't be God.
You know, because even if you want to say he's not causing the bad things, surely he could prevent them, as you're pointing out. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I mean, if he's really all powerful, you
Yeah.
know, I mean, obviously that's a question that, you know, a lot of people have thought about, but I don't know that there's really any super convincing answers, at least none that I've ever heard.
I think the answer is that David Burton works in mysterious ways. That's what the answer is.
Of course he does.
It's not for us to know.
Right. Yeah.
How dare we question?
Who
I think
are
that's the
you
answer.
to
Yep.
question the
Yep.
likes of David Burton, decathlete?
Decathlete. Yeah, bronze.
Bronze.
I
Only
love that.
bronze.
He wasn't. Yeah, he's not that special. He couldn't get the gold
I mean,
because
bronze is good, but it's
bronze
also
is
like
good.
only bronze.
So I'm now confused. They said he was the voice of the Olympics, so he was an announcer at the Olympics, right?
I guess he was in the Olympics and then he was
And
an
then
announcer.
I see. So like he came back as an announcer because he had won the
Yeah.
bronze, sort of a thing. Okay.
That would be my assumption.
I love the idea of voice of the Olympics. Like that's a thing. You know what I mean? Like he's the voice of a generation. He's the voice of the Olympic. You mean that
Yeah.
one Olympics at one time, or was it like several Olympics he was doing maybe, and so he
Right.
became kind of like a cultural figure because
Right.
he was always sort of talking about, in Australia, like reporting on the Olympics around the world, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
Okay, I think I'm done with
Ready
this
for the
scene.
next thing?
Yeah.
So the next scene we have Matt and John. John says he believes Matt that he witnessed a murder. Thanks, John. Matt asks if it's the same way he believes him when he told him he didn't molest his comatose wife. which was definitely like that was one of the great moments from the Matt episode last season when like he goes to John, that he gets Nora and Kevin involved, and then like John shows up and like they're on the verge of letting him back in, and then oh god, now I don't remember what the thing he says is.
Yeah, it's on the tip of my tongue.
He makes like one comment to John. He's about to be let in, and he makes this one comment, and he's like, "You know what? Fuck you." And he leaves him there.
Yeah. What was it? Which episode was that?
The Matt one.
Oh, the Matt one. It's like called something Matt. No room at the inn.
I want to say it's like 4 or 5. I can find it.
I think it's No Room at the Inn. I think that's Matt's episode.
Is that? Yeah. That's the one.
Because there's no room at the inn.
That's the one. No room at the end. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Right. So the description on Wikipedia says Matt questions why he has such anger towards the town, but he specifically phrased it in an irritating way. I don't remember what it was exactly.
Yeah, I'm looking at the transcript here. Well, let's get you home. What happened to you? Excuse me. I know your daughter is missing, and that's here it is. He says, "What happened to you?" And then John says, "Excuse me." And he says, "I know your daughter is missing, and that's terrible. I'm sorry, but you were like this before that. You're angry at this place. What happened to you?" And he says, "You know what? I don't think I'm going to be able to get those wristbands after all."
That's what it was.
So that's it. So basically, he said that John's been angry, and I guess that's going back to the Virgil thing.
Yeah.
Is John's been angry for a long time.
Exactly. Yeah. He pushes that button.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, yeah, you know what? Nah, never mind. And because of that, the whole rest of the episode happens. The crazy, like, Swedish guy or whatever that, like, helps them, like, sneak into this drain pipe that then, like, floods them out.
Oh, the worst flood scene ever.
And then Nora shows up and he gets in anyway, and even finds the wristband, the people who stole the wristband, but then he decides not to stay and he leaves.
Mm-hmm.
So ridiculous.
Gotta love it.
Classic.
All right, let's go move on.
All right. So, okay, so now Matt...
Sorry. Last thing in this scene is that they mentioned David Burton stays in a cabin in Tasmania. So another cabin.
They did?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, the cabin.
Not a cabin.
Yeah.
Oh, not a cabin.
Not a cabin. Calvin. Calvin, it's a Calvin.
Oh man, it's in Tasmania though. I don't
Yeah,
know.
he says he spends most of his time in Tasmania. He has a cabin down there.
Yeah, I don't know how likely it is that they'll go back to Tasmania. I guess we'll see.
Well, the plane is waiting there for them to go back to Texas, so
Yeah, that's
there's
true.
that hanging thread.
That's true, but I don't really think they're going. Well, I mean, I guess they could go back at the end. I just don't see the story going back there too soon. But yeah, you're right. It's possible they could totally go there, and maybe his twin brother's there, or maybe his twin brother will take them there. I don't know. It's weird that there's a cabin. I forgot they mentioned a cabin. If they mentioned a cabin, I don't know. It's like, yeah, that could be a thing.
Yeah, who lies in the shadow of the cabin?
Exactly. All right. So you ready for the next thing here?
Ready.
Okay. So Matt's gonna go get to the bottom of this. So he tries to get a guest list from the head lioness. But she's like, oh, it's somewhere. So I guess she did have a list.
There you go.
But she just didn't care to keep track of it or give it to him. So Matt gets frustrated and eventually blurts out the name Frasier, and this triggers the crazy Frasier thing, where like, I guess.
Yeah, I'm glad you get to describe this scene.
So they bring out this lion not statue. What's the right word for it? This lion figure model.
I think the word you're looking for is idol.
Idol. Right, with like a tube and a little cup attached that kind of runs up to the back end, and
talk about a cup that runneth over.
I really don't need to describe any of this, but I'm just gonna do it anyway.
Don't you?
I really don't. We could skip over this, and it wouldn't matter. But I'm already so deep. I feel like I have to. I guess the idea is like, and then this like woman gets on top of him and starts like, unzipping his pants, and so I guess the idea is they're gonna have him like ejaculate into this cup. And
I don't know if that's the idea.
That's not. Oh, maybe I don't know what the idea is.
Well, I assumed that device has some suction to it. So I think it'll be less voluntary, if you will.
Oh, they're actually going to attach it to him.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
He is still going to ejaculate into it, but it's actually going to be sort of machine created.
Yeah. Which, and the only thing I can think to explain what they're doing in terms of becoming Frasier is like Frasier had a lot of sex.
Yeah.
And
with lions.
so
lionesses, excuse me.
What was that?
With lionesses.
Lionesses, and I think it's lioni. I think that's the plural. Lionesses is lioni. It's like Viry. Thanks, Latin.
Wouldn't it be Liona? Isn't it?
Sorry?
Isn't it Liona?
I don't know Latin.
Yeah, my Latin's not good either. But I know like there's alumni and alumna, and I thought alumna was the female one.
Oh, I thought. Oh, well, then there was alumnus.
Yeah, isn't that the singular?
Yeah, there's a singular and there's a plural. I didn't.
My Latin sucks too. I don't know.
I didn't know there's a male and female.
But yeah, there's definitely a male and female, and there's a plural.
Well, alumni, alumna, and that does make sense. Oh, I'm sorry. So alumnus is referred to a male graduate or former student.
Oh, alumnus is the male. Okay.
Plural of alumnus, but can also be used to refer to a group of men and women. Alumna is the female version. And hey, alumnae with the famous NAE is the plural of alumna. So there you go.
Oh, that's it. Lionae.
Yeah,
that's what
it'd be
Lionae.
Wow, glad we solved that mystery.
Man, Latin is hard. Just be glad we don't speak Latin, because it's a pain in the ass.
That's why it's a dead language.
Exactly. There are
Homer,
other reasons, but that's definitely the main one.
that's it. That's the only reason I can think of. So yeah, I guess they were just gonna suck him dry with this thing.
Yeah.
Makes
It's kind of
him,
like the milking machine on Mr. Show.
yeah.
sketch.
The guy putting his thing in holes.
Exactly.
And it's like the daughter is supposed to be there, but
Yeah,
it wasn't
one
the
is
daughter.
the wife,
Milk-
one's the daughter, and one's a milk machine that doesn't
Yeah.
stop until it gets 200 gallons or whatever.
Yeah, God, you gotta love that. Then that thing is 200 gallons. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. So I don't know. That's what I got from this scene. I was very apprehensive in this scene too. There was just a lot of anxiety because it's just a horrible situation. I mean, he's about to be molested and raped basically.
Yeah.
With very little control and over people who don't really care, and he's also an outsider, so when they kind of turn on him, I was like, oh crap, like they don't like you at all. You're an interloper. So I was like, this could escalate, and get even worse somehow.
Yeah.
So don't know why isn't all the people, guys or whoever, it seems like it's a equal opportunity thing with this whole becoming Frasier, unless it's just for men. I'm not sure. It seemed like anyone could have said it, but maybe it's just for men.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. Why aren't other guys eager to be Frasier? It seems like that's a great honor, and it seems like it's if you're into an orgy, it's pleasurable. Whatever this machine's gonna do.
Right.
It didn't seem it was like I don't know. It didn't seem like it was a punishment or something you should stay clear of. When she's like, be wary, don't say Frasier after midnight, or else you become. Seems like that's an honor. I mean, everyone's paying attention to him, So
Yeah.
I don't know. I was a little confused why that was kind of a don't feed gremlins after midnight kind of a thing.
Right. Yeah. I don't get that exactly. I mean, it sort of seems like, yeah, no, I can't do it.
Oh, so she says right before when they're trying to put the thing on him, the cup suction thing. Oh, is the lion idol a lion? Oh, it's a lioness. Oh, I didn't catch it was a lion. I didn't catch it was I thought it was an idol of Frasier.
Oh yeah,
That's right. And I thought like it was connecting to him. That's how he was going to become Frasier, sort of a thing. But
I see.
It's more simple than that. He's being metaphorically
literally
being Frasier.
Supposed to be Frasier. Literally, metaphorically.
I know. I say metaphorically. You say literally.
And we mean the same thing.
And we mean the same thing. Thanks, English. I see. That makes sense. So I see. Yeah. Okay. I guess because there's a couple lines here where somebody says 91 to Father of Pride, and then somebody says, which I didn't catch when I heard it, I'm just looking at subtitles now. And then somebody says 91 and he's still going or something. Let me see what it says. Right, it's coming right now, and any second now it's gonna show up, and I can read it on the screen.
So I don't know. Maybe you already knew this and it was obvious, but I guess the riddle is about Frasier.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. That's what I was trying to say earlier. I was trying to figure out, 91 and having a son. How old was Frasier? Like that idea. Was he 91 years old, or did he? I didn't really. 91 and still in his prime is what Ginger says apparently in this thing.
Yeah.
So what are you saying? I still don't quite get it unless Frasier was 91.
Yeah. That's the story Lori tells. It was a 90-year-old lion.
Oh, I missed that part.
That's what Frasier was. Yeah, like they took him from the zoo. He was on the verge of death, I guess. That's how she describes it. And they put him in with these lionesses that I guess refused to have sex with any other
Oh
lions.
man, yeah, I missed the detail of his age. This whole time,
Yeah,
I'm,
he's
it
90.
seemed obvious that that's what they were getting at, but a 90-year-old lion seemed impossible.
I guess they live that long.
Well, I'm googling how old do lions live.
Lucky lions.
Is that where that comes from? Lucky lion? Yeah, a lion lives 10 to 14 years in the wild. So,
What?
yeah, yeah. I didn't, dude, why? I mean, cats, dude. Why would a cat live to 90 years old?
Because
Like,
it's
that
a
didn't make
big
any.
one.
Most animals don't live that long. Most animals
Aren't
don't
there
live to 90.
some?
Yes, not most, though. There are some, but like a couple of decades is like the most for, I think, most animals.
Oh, I see. The line, the actual Frasier was 19.
And they switched it to 91.
Yeah.
Interesting. They just flipped it around and made it.
Yeah. So he was old for a lion.
Yeah. I
But
mean,
yeah, okay.
that's what I was confused when they said 91. I just like that seems to be referencing his age, but I didn't understand a lion could be like 90 years old. And even her story about a 90-year-old lion doesn't make any sense. Like that just seems impossible. Maybe that's the point. Like it was this impossible, miraculous lion, and then he did this
Yeah.
miraculous thing.
Yeah. I thought it was plausible. I don't know.
90 years. So I mean, could you imagine how old a lion? I mean, they would die before they ever could get that age because they'd be infirm and they wouldn't be able to hunt, and their pride would leave them. Like yeah, there's no way. A 30-year-old lion would be too old to like go hunt. And stuff like that.
The world's oldest flamingo lived to be 83.
Well, birds are descended from dinosaurs, so that explains that.
Whales, there's a whale that lived to be 130. Yeah, it looks like it's
25.
mostly like fish and birds and sea
Yes.
creatures.
The things that probably a little less complex.
Yeah. Well, I mean, whales are pretty complex, but
Yeah, but most of those things are pretty low.
tortoises. Tortoises
Those
can
are
live
the
to
oldest.
be
Yeah.
130.
Yeah. Looks like the oldest lion looks like about 25.
Okay. Yeah.
Or this one says the oldest lion on record was nearly 29. Anyway, I missed that line when she says he was 90, which would have helped me figure this out. So maybe like I'm 91 and having a son, maybe it's like I'm Frasier is the answer, but it is on their shirt, so I don't know.
Right, it seems too obvious. I still feel like there should be a rhyme.
Mm-hmm.
Frasier something something fun, Frasier something something whatever.
Yeah, it seems like he had more than one son. That's also was confusing.
Yeah. He definitely had more than one son.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly he had like 30 something. Okay. So are you ready for the next thing?
Yes, please.
So Matt, fortunately for all of us, escapes. We don't have to actually endure him like submitting to this machine. I was not looking forward to that. So then Matt, leaves because he doesn't want to be around them anymore. And
well, he leaves because he sees David Burton.
And he sees David Burton, so he follows him, and David Burton punches him. And at this point, one of the lionesses, I guess, says they're not all like them, and suggests that he stay on the boat when they dock until it was safe. So that might come back later.
Yep.
Okay.
I love that there's a plot going on all of everything that's happening so far. There's also this hidden plot on the boat that had nothing to do with our characters that would have occurred whether they got on this boat or not. I love that.
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess she just sees like his reaction to this thing and
She
decides
sees
to
he's
like
an innocent. Yeah, he's
include
innocent,
him.
and
Yeah.
it's like Ben almost with telling Michael like not yet. There's innocent people on the boat.
Oh yeah.
You can't like blow it up yet. So it's
Yeah.
kind of like that where they
Yeah.
actually care. They have a strange morality where like they're willing to kill innocent people, potentially get innocent people injured by releasing this lion, but they don't want to actually injure the innocent people. So it's a
Right.
strange morality there.
Right. Yeah. I had a lot of questions about that story because it's very underdeveloped. Like we don't know exactly why they gonna do that. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
What's like how did that happen?
Animal rights activists you
Could
know,
be. Yeah.
uh,
Yeah. Just like
captive and like this weird sort of cult around him.
holding a lion in a cage just to like have a sex cruise.
Mhm.
Like yeah. And
And
it's
also,
just like sitting in the deck below. Like
yeah,
it's kind of
also that
sucks.
lion is Fraser's son.
Right.
Anyone in having a son,
Oh yeah.
uh, then I'm gonna party on this boat for one. Yeah, I kind of want it to be a rhyme too, but yeah, I don't know.
We can ask Damon once we get him on the podcast. Maybe he'll
First question.
have the answer. Yeah, that's definitely one of the better questions to ask. Um,
Yes.
top of the list.
We actually
Um,
ask you one question, Damon.
mhm.
Not anyone in having a son.
Okay, so right, so God punches him, and oh right, I finished that. Here's what I wanted to say about this
Mm-hmm.
because what this really reminded me of was the thing from Prometheus when when uh when they finally like confront the what were they called? The architects? Is that what they were
Yep.
called? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's this
Oh
like
no,
big
engineers.
engineers. There you go.
Mm-hmm. They could have
What?
been architects.
Architects, engineers. Yeah, it's the same idea. Anyway, the engineers. They finally confront the engineers, and David has that big scene. And, he goes up to them and
Mm-hmm.
and
It's the same thing.
yeah,
It's the same. Why me? It's the same. It's the same. What about you? Oh my God!
yeah,
It's the same exact moment.
it
He's done that
is.
3 times now.
Yeah, exactly.
A person confronts like the creator or a person they
Yeah,
revere, and they're saying, oh, "We don't care about you."
yeah. Fuck
Wow!
you. And yeah, that's the.
Wow!
Because I remember
Damn,
being
man!
frustrated by it, but
He
it's
can't do that again. He
such a
can't do
little
it
off
again. Like
moment.
3 times is enough. You can't pull that card again. I don't care how much it's part of your voice as a writer. Jesus. And I don't know. Maybe that's in the original John's Fates script. I don't know. He rewrote it, but
Right.
that's totally his thing. So I think he rewrote that.
It seems like it seems like that would be a Lindelof thing. It's so fitting with his style.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was the first thing I thought of when he did this because I was thinking I had this flashback because I remember thinking when I saw Prometheus like that was disappointing, like.
Yep.
After all this shit about the engineers, like they just fucking punch him, like that's
well, they say never meet your heroes.
it's so disappointing. And then like I'm waiting for this David Burton, the mystique of David Burton from the hotel and from the Australia stuff and the Kevin connection. The buildup is huge. He just punches people and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was like that's so. I wanted to say something, I was so disappointed that like that's all he did.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously he does talk later. Not that it's less disappointing, but like at this point, I was just like, why? Like, why is he just punching people? And they already set up the idea that he just punches people.
Well, he has no he's the ultimate authority, and if somebody's bothering you, and that was the thing that the captain said was that he's like, yeah, David Byrne, he fell and then he couldn't die, he said he couldn't die and whatever, but then he was like, he said he was God because he didn't die or whatever, he came back to life or whatever, but then he says he didn't expect so many people to pester him. Really?
Yeah, that's
You're
ridiculous.
telling
And you're God.
like you're telling it, like even one person that you're God, and you don't expect people to pester you after the sudden departure.
Yeah,
Especially I thought
that's
that's a
absurd.
weird thing to say. Like he didn't or I guess it was. Maybe you could say he expected a small number of people to pester him, but it was more than he thought. But it was a weird. I don't know. That caught me off guard. But
If you
yeah,
don't
it
want people
is.
to bother you, don't say you're God.
Yeah, or don't be recognizable. People know if you're on the ferry and you have a red hat on, you're David Burton. So
Right.
like if you don't want people to know who you are, like don't be incognito.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing he says, which reminded me of kind of an inverse Jacob from Lost, because he was like, the guy is pretty. He says he's solitary and he stays at his cabin in Tasmania, but he likes the ferry. He goes on the ferry from time to time to be amongst the people. Which is weird that he's amongst the people as he sequesters himself away from the people. But I
Right.
guess that's close enough. But I don't know. It's something there reminded me of Jacob.
Definitely seems like he's reading too. Like there was that scene with Jacob reading
Hmm.
when Locke fell out of the window, or
Hmm.
I shouldn't say fell. He was pushed out of the window.
Yeah, he didn't exactly fall so much
Yeah.
as he attempted
Yes.
murdered.
I mean, he took a fall, but yeah, it was
Yes,
kind
yes,
of
yeah.
wasn't an accident.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Jacob's just like waiting there. Like he didn't prevent it. He didn't really help. He's just
Mm-hmm.
kind of sitting there.
Yeah, he's there to like observe and I guess
Exactly.
help him not die in that moment or something.
Maybe that's what he did.
Yeah. Which
With
calls
his
into
touch.
question, maybe Jacob was there when David Burton fell.
Ooh.
That's actually the same thing as Locke. He broke his back,
It
right?
is, yeah.
Well, I guess he says he broke his neck. The captain says David Burton broke his
He
neck.
broke his
Same thing.
neck.
His
Sure.
spinal damage, same thing.
Miraculous recovery, though. I mean, that's
Yeah.
definitely a lost thing.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Damn, Lindelof is just recycling shit.
Yep. I thought the same thing with the Mary plot, with the pregnancy that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
She wasn't supposed to be able to get pregnant. It's the Sun and Jin thing again.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
But it was because of the special place. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff from Lost in the show.
There's a lot. I'm pretty sure there's probably stuff we're even missing, but
Oh yeah. I'm sure if you wrote a list, it would be ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. All right, cool. You ready to go to the next part?
All right, so now Matt's like, all right, I gotta force him to confess, but John doesn't want to help. And so Matt tells him about Kevin seeing Evie. Here's where he tries to pull it out. But John's not actually fazed by that. He's like, all right, well, I wouldn't have told me either.
Mm-hmm.
So he pretty much just moves on from that. I guess he's not. I guess he's just. I don't know. I'm a little...
I think this whole scene is proving John's character growth, because Matt's like, hey, we need to go, regulate on this dude, and John's like, no, we're not regulating. We're not gonna reap or sow anything on anybody, which is like the opposite of what the old John would have done. John would have loved to gather a posse and go beat somebody up.
Right.
For pretending to be God.
Right.
And he'd burn his cabin down.
Right.
Right. Oh, that'd be great if somehow I don't know, they'll never do that, but if they found his cabin in Tasmania and John burned it down.
Oh God.
Yeah, and then yeah, he says I mean, Matt literally says it here, you burn people's houses down for pretending to be what they're not. Yeah, so yeah, John's not angry anymore. I don't know what happened. He says Lori fixed him, right, or something.
Yeah.
Or Lori here says he found peace, but what peace? Why? How? And when?
Peace.
Peace. I gotta finish my season 2 rewatch. I don't know where we left off on some of the specifics here, but what was the peace? I mean, what was his catharsis?
I don't know. Lori talked to him and gave him some psychological guidance. I mean, yeah, it's all off screen. I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, something about yeah, I don't know. He had to come to terms with what happened. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Like, I'm a little bit unconvinced by this for a few reasons. First, he claimed at the beginning of the season to believe that Evie was still alive,
Mm-hmm.
which to a certain extent means he hasn't moved on from that.
Yep.
Also, you know, I mean, he's claiming to believe in Kevin. He's believing in the book of Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
And to a certain extent, he's following along with Matt's plans. Like, okay, maybe he's not convinced by this David Burton thing. Fine. But I'm surprised about his reaction about Kevin seeing Evie. I mean, I would think, you know, unless he's changed his mind about Kevin, I would think that would be more significant to him. I mean, maybe he understands Lori not telling him, but it just didn't seem to me like he was even interested in it.
Well, I mean, because if he's read the book, he knows about Patty and
Yeah,
assumes that was a real situation. So if
yeah,
Kevin is seeing Evie, then I think he would think, oh, well, that's important. If the guy that I'm following saw my dead daughter, like
exactly.
that's important. But he seems to agree in that moment that tacitly agree, I guess, that it wasn't really Evie.
I guess so.
Um, and I'm not sure why he just agrees with that without any kind of pushback. Because
Yeah,
I was hoping Lori was going to be more specific that Kevin saw a woman who turned out not to be Evie, because that happens all the
right,
time. People, I mean, not like how Kevin did it, but
right,
but I mean, you mistake people all the time. When you see them, you go up to somebody and you think they're somebody else and you're not. So it's like
right.
that's not that crazy if I could see John if that's what she told John, Kevin was mistaken. He had a delusional relapse. And listen, this lady is the person he thought was Evie is literally another person who has a Facebook page. I could
Right,
show you. So like
right.
that could convince him, and he can still believe that Evie's out there somewhere. But yeah, I agree. In the moment here, it's a little strange how he doesn't even take the bait. I think that's just showing his character growth, but in
Yeah.
terms of the logic of it, I'm not exactly convinced either.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like it shows his character growth from the stuff from season 2, but the stuff they told us in season 3 is a little bit of a conflict with that.
Well, all he's really, I mean, I guess Matt brings that up, in this scene, right? The whole he thinks Evie's still alive. How is that peace? That's what you're talking about. Like
Yeah.
it's the only thing that's really lingering. Now, what's strange is John
Well,
has.
and just his belief in Kevin too, like
I think that's where the peace came from somehow, right? Because what's flipped for John is he's a man of faith now.
right, right,
And so and that's and I think it's unclear how much he believes in Kevin and to what degree he, like what does he really think Kevin can do?
right,
What does he really think it all means? Because that all seems so open ended. Because again, Kevin didn't do anything that in terms externally. It was just something that happened to him. So it's not like they're looking to him for like, oh, it's not like Matt's like, oh, I'm sick now. Kevin can heal me, because he's Jesus. He's the new Jesus. He can heal me now. Hashtag Jacob. If they do anything like that. But yes, I don't know. So I was confused about that too. I'm not quite sure what to make of that. That's the point. That's the problem with jumping 3 years. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Is how I was saying before that and maybe off podcast that in season 1 episode 8 I guess or something or 9 maybe or 7 the Garveys at their best,
mm-hmm.
the flashback before
Oh,
the
9, I think.
9. Okay, yeah, how that like oh yeah of course how that would have made a great pilot for the show.
Mm-hmm.
I was just kind of wondering, I don't think they have time to do it, but I was wondering maybe this season they'd have an episode that's between the 3-year period between season 2 and 3 that might color in how these characters have changed over time since in that time period.
Right,
Like maybe episode 9 of this season would be some like flashback that covers that time period for some reason.
right, which would have to be episode 7 in this case.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. I guess given the smaller number of episodes, I just doubt that they're gonna fill one like that.
Yeah, and maybe it's not a whole. Maybe they don't devote a whole episode to it. You know, maybe they just have some flashbacks at some point.
That is definitely possible. That's definitely possible. Though I guess the standard thing to do, but I guess they don't necessarily have to do this anyway. The standard thing to do is to go back to the beginning of the show,
Mm-hmm.
as far as like ending shows. But I think since this show's been pretty short, they don't necessarily have to follow that pattern. And I could definitely see throwing in some flashbacks, if it has some relevance for whatever's happening in the present.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that.
All right, so you ready for
Mm-hmm.
the next step here? All right, so Matt's like, well, fuck it, I'll do it myself. And so he gets a wheelchair and an axe and knocks out God and brings him down to the lower deck or whatever, where the lion's cage is. And he, he mentions he's not like striking him down or turning the ropes he tied him with into serpents or something.
Mm-hmm.
And so David Burton's like, well, I don't need to because you'll untie me when you get what you want, which is his attention. Matt asks him to admit what he did. He does. I guess meaning kill the guy. He killed the guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess there was where like there could have like he wanted him to admit it, which okay, fine, but like I don't know. There could have been some follow-up questions there. Anyway, this is where Matt asks about Jesus, like Jesus not being mentioned on the card.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where that whole like twins theory comes in. Mary's word versus mine. That was a weird thing to say. It's like, I mean, I don't know. Shouldn't your word win there? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't your word like the law or something?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Didn't you immaculately concept her?
Yeah. It's like I don't know. It's always just a weird way to put it. And who was his father? By the way, I guess it would supposedly be Joseph. I guess that'd be a logical choice.
Yep.
For the real world, I mean, unless she had an affair or something, scandal. Anyway, right. So Matt gets angry that David Burton, i.e. God, is not taking responsibility for anything. So like here's the part of the scene where like he starts out like sort of mocking him and being skeptical, and then like kind of gradually he starts talking to him like he really is God.
Mm-hmm.
And so at this point, what the dinosaurs, the plague, and then of course he brings up the sudden departure. And so David Burton's like, yeah, that was me. I did that one.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. How'd you do it before you were God?
Oh But although I mean he's talked about other stuff that happened before he was God, so I mean, however he did Adam and Eve, however he did, the other things that he refers to. Like I guess, it's like you're saying he was imbued with the spirit of God somehow when he died.
Mm-hmm.
But that spirit existed before him, I guess, before this human body did. Does that make sense? I guess that's the idea.
Yeah. Well, I guess, yeah. I mean, that's the concept. Yeah, but I guess he should be a Jesus and not God. I guess, but what's the difference? Holy Trinity.
Right. Exactly. There you go.
Yeah.
So I'll just point out, hey, we got our sudden departure answer.
Wow, I thought they'd never really tell us why the sudden departure happened. I was really surprised that they gave us the de facto answer here.
Yeah, David Burton did it. And in case any of you were wanting to know why, because he could.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Good night.
Some men just like to watch the world burn.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know. He's the hero we didn't need. Uh, yeah, which is, I guess this lives up to the thing I was saying earlier, which is like, I don't think we're going to get an answer for why the sudden departure happened, but there's definitely the possibility that a character will give an explanation, and we can accept it or not as we like. I think it's interesting that he chooses to take credit for it when he doesn't have to.
Yeah. But he does have to. He can't say anything is not within his control if he claims to be God.
Well, but he didn't take credit for the Holocaust. He didn't take creded for, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a bad thing, though.
Well, wasn't the sudden departure a bad thing?
Depends on who you ask. But the sudden departure is like,
it's not a bad thing in the same
he's
way.
Taking,
it's not
he's sort of taking credit for evolution, and I don't know. It made sense to me that he would do that.
I just think he doesn't have to, but I mean, I get that,
because Matt could ask him like, where did the departed go? Is he gonna say I don't know?
Yeah, now that is a question I would like to hear an answer to, even though I don't necessarily think he has a real answer to give, but I'd be curious to see what he would say, because I mean, there's this idea in the show that they all got beamed somewhere, so like, where was it? Oh, and by the way, I guess he maybe doesn't even know about this, but does that machine work?
Right. Yeah. Oh, jeez.
I mean, when you have God around, the possibilities are huge.
Yeah, I think he knows about the machine.
Is the hotel real? God damn it! He doesn't know. He doesn't know about that either, unfortunately. I mean, he knows about the hotel, but he doesn't know that he has anything to do with the hotel. Although, I guess he knows enough to ask about it. Kevin. Is Kevin really special? I mean, he could ask about that.
Kevin who?
Kevin who? God.
Well, and that was interesting in this scene when Matt's like, I have your attention, and David Byrne's like, yeah, you don't have my attention yet. I'm like, what does that mean? What does attention mean if not what you're doing by talking to him, giving him your attention? I didn't really get that part.
It was weird.
Besides making him seem ominous. And then when the lion roars, I couldn't quite tell who he was talking to when he's like, shush, he's like, well, he says shush, he's talking to the lion. But then he says you're agitating him. But he's kind of looking at the lion. So I'm like, is he saying the lion is agitating Matt, or is he saying Matt is agitating the lion?
Oh, God.
Yeah, it was a little like I couldn't quite tell.
That's a weird one.
And it's more David Burden, I think, if he's talking to the lion, telling the lion not to agitate Matt.
Yeah, I agree.
So I'm trying to look at this scene, this line here about Jesus, and it's weird that he doesn't take credit for Jesus. Like he doesn't. So he doesn't even say, yeah, Jesus was the Son of God. I mean, I'm God now, but Jesus, but I wasn't God always, I guess. I don't know. Maybe God is a flash sideways thing, and it takes place outside of time. I don't know. And it only has time when we deal with our world or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't understand how he's like, he didn't take credit for that. So not only did Jesus have a twin brother, so he didn't really die, he rotted in the cave, but he didn't even have the virgin birth, or I guess immaculate conception. Yeah. That's Mary's birth, right?
Well, yeah, officially Catholic doctrine. Yeah, it's just the virgin birth, I guess.
The virgin birth is Jesus.
Virgin birth of Jesus, yeah.
But immaculate conception
is Mary. Supposedly she was born without sin.
Born without sin.
Yeah.
But so basically, I mean, is he saying that too? Like there was no man, she was sinful. Like,
he didn't specifically address that. I guess it seems like that's implied, I would say.
Yeah, and then and this is the thing he could have said and didn't.
I mean, he's denying all of Christianity pretty much.
Yeah, he is. And it's interesting they didn't bring up the flood, That would have been an interesting
Mm-hmm.
thing for him to say,
Yeah.
talk about. But yeah, I don't know. I thought that was,
Oh yeah, because that's Kevin Senior's thing.
yeah, that's his whole thing.
Is there
And
going to be a flood in 7 days? I know someone who thinks that's going to happen. Just curious.
yikes. Yeah, right. He could have asked that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. Yeah, you're right. Did he? He's not denying all of Christianity. He's denying some of it, and he's altering other parts.
Well, I mean, he's denying the fundamental thing about Christianity, which is Jesus' divinity.
Mm-hmm.
You
Well,
know?
there's yeah, but then Adam and Eve apparently real.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, but that's not. I mean, that's all from the Hebrew Bible. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, Christianity is built on top of that stuff, but the thing that makes it Christianity and not Judaism
Yeah.
is Jesus' divinity.
Yeah, I
So
see what
that's why I say he's denying Christianity. He's denying specifically the Christian part of the
Mhm.
of the story, not the Old Testament. So I guess Judaism is largely true. Christianity
Yeah.
seems to be false.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Interesting.
Could ask about Muhammad.
Yeah.
You know,
He
could
could have
ask
asked
about
him
the
about the
book.
hotel. Yeah. Have you been to the hotel?
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have to know. He doesn't have to know that we saw him in the hotel to ask him about the
Mhm.
hotel because he knows about the hotel.
Yeah. Like, what happens when you die? Do you go to a hotel?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, anything about the book, is the book important? Will the book, I don't know, inspire people? Can I recover the book? Where is the book? Can it be saved? I mean, anything. There's so many questions he could ask.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like, I mean, but this is, I had this frustration on Lost too. Every time you get this sit down where, you can ask any question you want, it always seems like they ask like, some pertinent questions, but a ton of stuff gets left out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this line about Matt saying, so you don't take any responsibility for having your only son die for the sins of humanity and all this stuff. And then David Burton says, that seems like a lot to ask somebody, which is a nice, quippy line. But is it? People sacrifice themselves for a lot less than the sins of humanity. You know what I mean? For the greater good of other people. I mean, firefighters run into a building to save less than all of humanity. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And their immortal souls. I mean, I like the line as like a quippy David Burton line, but just
Mm-hmm.
in terms of what the line means, I'm like, I don't think that's a lot to ask somebody actually. In the context of what they're giving up, what they're what's being gained by that, you know.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he means the suffering, the sort of taking of all the sins upon himself. I mean, maybe that's
Mhm.
that's supposed to be what the heart, not just the dying.
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's the kind of thing where it's technically a lot to ask. Just by the enormity of it is a lot to ask. But in terms of, is it fair to ask that of somebody, which is kind of what I was saying. I don't think that necessarily works. But in terms
Right.
of the enormity of the ask, that is definitely true. It is an enormous ask.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so he says, what do you take responsibility for? He says, I was hoping he would take responsibility for dinosaurs, and he didn't. Um,
Oh, right.
so yeah, he takes credit for sudden departure. And that line, like, why? And he's like, because I could, and it's because my next line, if I was mad, I'd be like, well, do it again.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't believe you at all that you
Yeah.
just made 2% of the world's population disappear just because you could.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, that it's funny. That makes him like the Old Testament God.
Yeah, definitely. Which he seems to
Which
say
he,
that's what he is.
yeah, interesting. Well, maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's what they're going for too, is in terms of comparing David Burton to Kevin. Kevin is the New Testament
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, and David Burton is the Old Testament God.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know how that worked. In the end, Jesus killed God, didn't he? No, that didn't happen.
Yeah, not really.
No.
And they're kind of the same, but not exactly. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's a weird one.
Yeah, that's a question you should have asked. Like, okay, what about the Holy Trinity
Yeah,
here? How
can you
does that
explain
work?
that? I mean, I guess he just denies that whole thing, so he doesn't really have to
He's
explain
like, it's a holy duo. It's like, it's a holy duet. Actually, there's only two.
Holy
Or it's like
duet.
the holy quartet.
That just sounds like a jazz group. Like, why is
Yeah,
it?
I know.
Who's
The
on
Holy
tenor?
Quartet is a Christian jazz band. I'm sure somewhere that that's a thing. I actually have to research that. Holy Quartet. Let's see what that is. Oh, that has to be. Well, there's a lot. Holy City Quartet. Yeah, that's got to be some. Okay. Yeah, you're right. He would totally just anything he doesn't like, he'll just say it's a little bit different than what you think it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So then we get. Did you get to that part in the recap where basically we have the Ben and Jacob moment where he's like, "I suffered all of this."
Yeah, that's the next part. So
Okay.
he's not satisfied that that there was no reason beyond because I could for the sudden departure.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I did everything for a reason. I did it for you, for God, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And then David Burton's like, no, you did it because I thought I was watching, and ultimately
There it is.
you did it for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like, yeah, I mean, and that's interesting. That makes me wonder if that is what Jacob would say if he said anything to, I did all this stuff for you,
Yeah.
like, not really.
Yeah, I think that's true, and I think "What About You" almost gets in there, almost gets to that idea, that the relationship Ben thought he had wasn't actually true, So it kind of half steps there.
Yeah.
Because it kind of says, yeah, well, you thought you were doing all this stuff for me, and he's like, but I wasn't caring about you. He said, what about I wasn't watching, I wasn't paying attention to you. Was this what David Burton is saying here? Like,
Yeah.
I wasn't. You did all this because you thought I was watching, which is a strange position to be in, because if you don't know someone isn't watching, if you think they're watching and you do all these things, I mean, what choice do you have? You still are going to do those things, right? I mean, you don't know he's not watching. And so just because he reveals later that he wasn't watching doesn't mean that wasn't why he was doing it. Does that make sense? Like, I'm trying to come up with an analogy, like, it's almost like saying, you're a race car driver and you're trying to win a race, and you want to, you're dedicating it to, your family in the stands. I'm going to win this race for my family. And then you win the race and you find out your family wasn't in the stands. But does that mean you did it for yourself?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right,
it's a
right,
weird.
right, right.
I mean, the lines work in terms of what's happening in the scene, and and I think it kind of makes sense. That whole kind of idea, but just in terms of like what he's saying, I'm like, I don't quite get it. I don't quite like buy that just because there was information Matt didn't have or he was incorrect about, that changed his motive. That his motivation now is changed, retrospectively. Because that's not why Matt thought he was doing it.
Right.
And the Bible tells you to do this stuff. And it, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, that's the roadmap for getting in heaven, is what the Bible says.
Bible's wrong, on certain points. I mean,
But that doesn't. But yeah. But again, it's the same situation. But why does that change Matt's motivation? Even if you said the Bible was wrong, if you do unto others as you should do unto yourself, or whatever, or the golden rule, or whatever commandment, or whatever your rule or is in there, you know, if you say after the fact, after Matt has done all this stuff and lived his life by these rules, if you say after the fact that rule wasn't true, I just don't see how that means Matt didn't do it for that reason.
Yeah.
Because he didn't know that.
Right. Right. Well, it seems like Matt accepts that it's true, though.
No, I agree, and that's what I'm saying. For the scene, it makes sense. For what they're saying about Matt's character and the character that, like, the lines work, it makes sense. I'm just kind of picking apart the meaning of the lines and the logic there. I don't think the logic necessarily holds up. I
agree.
The meaning makes sense, and what they're saying about, sort of religious people in general or something, or people of faith, or sort of anybody who kind of like, even students in in school or something like that, any kind of authority figure, and their subordinates kind of relationship, I think sort of applies to this thing.
Yeah.
Because it's like saying, the like laws or something. Like, do you follow the law because, let's see, do you follow the law because you think the police are watching, or you're going to get caught or something? You're going to get punished if you don't? Or do you follow the law because for like a selfish reason? I don't know, man. That analogy's not really working out because they're both selfish reasons. You don't want to get caught.
Yeah, and I guess I thought that's what he meant. Like the idea of doing it because you think he's watching, like, means you're doing it for selfish reasons. You're doing it because you want to be.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's both and, right? I mean, you're doing it because that's the way you're told you're supposed to honor your God or whatever.
Yeah.
But that is for you too. It's for both of you. Because you do get something out of it.
Right.
Yeah, nobody's like not doing it for themselves, right? I mean, isn't that the game? Don't people, I mean, you're doing it so you go to heaven, right? That's why or whatever afterlife you believe in or whatever. Like, that's why you're doing it. Like, so there's a selfish reason on the surface of it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, maybe he's offering a scathing critique of religion.
Yeah, well, I think he is. He does it the whole episode.
But yeah, like that whole concept is ultimately selfish. I mean, you can definitely look at it that way. I mean, I think some people want to spin it that it's not really like that. But and for individuals, it doesn't have to be like that. But but I do think, yeah, fundamentally, that's one of those weird issues for religious morality. Just like,
because I don't think there's anything amoral about being selfish in your survival of eternity. That's why is that selfish?
Well, I guess if the only reason you do certain good things is because you want your afterlife to be a certain way, and if you know what I mean, if you didn't think it mattered, then you wouldn't do those things. Then I guess that that seems a bit morally weaker, than doing the good things just because they're good things to do.
Yeah, I guess, but it's, I don't know, it's kind of a both and thing. I think it's yeah, it's weird. It's interesting. You've never done anything for me, all for you. Yeah, that's what he says. Is that why you're killing me? Oh, geez.
Yeah, so that's Matt's follow-up. He clearly buys into that concept.
So, sorry, at some point, Matt starts to believe this guy's God, or at least talks to him like he's God.
Yeah.
And it's weird how it's a subtle transition.
Yeah.
And I guess it's because David Burton just doesn't relent. Like, he doesn't let up, and Matt is just kind of drawn into his game of like believing he's God, because he's not he's not backing down on the claim, by what he's saying, and he's got an answer for everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sorry, what are you saying? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just going to continue the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Right, he says when he was sick as a boy, that was the thing we were talking about earlier, he prayed to be cured, and he was cured. So he asked, why is it back? David Burton does not answer, but he offers to save him again if he will untie him.
Mm-hmm.
So Matt unties him, and then David Burton snaps his fingers and says, "Ta-da, you're saved."
Not unlike Holy Wayne and his final wish to Kevin. Like wish granted.
Right,
I
right.
love that. But don't forget in this line here when he says, David Burton says, "I can save you again." Matt immediately says, "No, you can't," which just caught me off guard because like I said, we just got to this point where Matt seems to believe he's God, or at least is talking to he's having the conversation in the context that this guy is God, whether he sort of really believes it or not. But in that moment, he's like, "No, you can't." So what is it? What do you take that to mean? That like this whole time Matt was not really thinking he's God, and like at that point that he says like, "I can save you," he's sort of doubling down on, okay, this guy's not God.
Yeah. It seems to me like he snapped out of it. And I guess I forgot about that line. I got the impression, I mean, maybe it was just, it was already heading in that direction. I don't know, maybe he indulged the God thing for a while and then came out of it. Maybe he felt himself starting to believe it and then pulled back.
But it all happens within like literally a second. I mean, the line before was, "You saved me before. Why is it back? Why are you
Right.
punishing me?" And then David Burton says, "I can save you again." And immediately, so in that second of him saying, "I can save you again," which is what Matt wants to hear, Matt snaps out of it.
That's what it sounds like.
Like how and what?
That's what it sounds like.
What made him snap out of it?
Although when I originally saw it, I thought the thing that made him snap out of it was the "ta-da, you're saved" thing. I forgot that because he does untie him, which makes it seem like he has at least some I don't know, maybe some idea that there's a possibility there that it'll work.
Well, I figured he untied him because he didn't have any reason to keep him tied up.
Yeah.
Or it was God's will, because he said it before. You're going to untie me when you get what you want.
He did say that.
Maybe that's what God's attention is. Maybe God's attention is this like supernatural attention. God talking to you is not a big deal, but if God's going to heal you, like that's really God's attention or something.
Right.
Like I'm going to actually really do something for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
So at some point
I'm
in the end here, Matt doesn't believe in him anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think he believes from the beginning.
He didn't believe him in the beginning, clearly.
Yeah, but I mean, I think just conversationally, he just starts to refer to him as God. But then it does get really deep where he's like,
yeah,
as a kid,
It seemed to me like, yeah, I mean, I guess you could take it that, these are things he wants to ask God. He's got someone saying he's God, and it's cathartic for him to ask the questions, even if he doesn't necessarily believe the answers or believe that he's actually asking God.
And I think this seemed to be weird. Would probably play strangely if Matt refused to refer to him as God and was saying and speaking of God in third person and saying like, God did this, God did that. I think David Burton would have to be like, well, I'm God, So it would make the scene probably weird, because I don't think David Burton would have a conversation where Matt is not thinking he's God. You know what I mean? Like, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I get what you mean.
So he'd have to sort of like correct him, or it would always be. You can't really get to the deep place they got, I think, without sort of suspension of disbelief that this guy's God. I think that's kind of the idea, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Otherwise, you'd just be, you know, you're not God. Yes, I am. You're not God. Yes, you'd be stuck
Right.
at first gear.
Yeah.
But yeah, the ta-da, like, it's just weird. Did he touch him? He touches his face. Is that what happens?
Does he?
Or,
I thought he didn't touch him. I thought he
no, he
just
didn't
snapped
touch.
his fingers.
Yeah, he snapped his fingers. That's what it was. I was hoping it was a Jacob thing.
Right.
Like he touched, gives the thing. So he snaps his fingers. Matt's kind of just like stunned. And then they go to Doc. So okay, sorry, you're gonna talk about this part.
Yeah. So this is the last bit there. So the next morning, the the ferry is docked, and the captain tells Matt that a fishing boat found a body matching the description of the man that David Burton supposedly pushed into the water, and so the authorities have been called, and they're gonna arrest God when they get ashore. So that'll be interesting. Trial of the century. Yeah, I know it's gonna be crazy. So then Matt joins John, Michael, and Laurie. She asks if he's okay. He says, "Actually, Laurie, I'm dying."
Actually, real quick before we get to that part, there's the whole line here, the most important line next to, like, what did Matt say in the previous scene? No, you can't heal me. So in this scene, when the captain says, I need to come down to the police station unless you have pressing business in Melbourne. Well, we all think he does because he's trying to get back to Miracle before the 7th anniversary. But then he says no. Yeah. So I take that to mean not that he disbelieves that Kevin is whatever he thinks Kevin is, but that he has resigned to not making it back to Miracle and more sort of generally maybe letting go of control of the situation. Yeah. Is that how you took it?
Yeah. Although actually I did think that maybe he was having his doubts about Kevin as well.
Like maybe if David Burton is a sham, so maybe Kevin is a sham.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he's deluding himself about that, and he's just interpreting. I mean, the David Burton story is similar to Kevin's.
Yeah.
So yeah, if he doubts David Burton, maybe he should doubt Kevin as well. I thought that was possible. It's not clear. It could go either way. It is clear that he's resigned to something. He's definitely resigned to something.
Yeah, you don't stand on a boat like in this like calm way without being resigned.
So I mean, the saying he's dying reveals that he doesn't believe that David Burton healed him. So I think that's
really healed him.
What?
Which means he really healed him.
You think so?
Lost way, man. Once the character thinks something's true, the opposite's true, right?
Yeah, it does.
Let's see if he has any more. Hey, let's see if he has any more symptoms.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out. That's interesting. I assumed that it was gonna happen. I guess just because I'm used to this kind of plot happening at the end of shows, and it feels like something they're gonna stick with. But they could definitely do that if they wanted. If they wanted to like throw a little wrench in the David Burton is a fraud theory.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think he killed him. And I also maybe he also says he doesn't have anything pressing because he's dying. So maybe he's like, I'm out of time anyway. Although actually, it should be pressing if you're dying. Never mind.
Yeah. That's it's a weird one. This whole ending was weird.
Yeah, this whole ending was super weird. It was like one weird thing after another.
Yeah.
Just rapid fire.
Yeah. It kind of reminded me of the ending of the last episode, like when he comes out of the building and like the fire trucks are all there, and then there was an explosion and the planes are grounded and your dad's here, and it was like, what? What are you talking about? So Right. So he says he's dying, and then the good lioness, I guess, releases the lion. Um, and the lion attacks David Burton, and I don't know.
Almost specifically.
Very specifically. It seemed like he ran away specifically.
He did. David did run, which not something God should do.
Yeah. It was weird. It's like he was separate. He separated himself from the crowd, which made it seem like it drew attention to him. Like if he had just stayed in the crowd, he would have been less likely to be attacked. So that was a bad move. Anyway, yeah. So the lion basically like kills him, seemingly. And then Matt says, "That's the guy I was telling you about." That's
the end.
Episode.
I don't get that line. I don't know why that's the last line.
It's such a weird ending.
Yeah, I don't really get why that's the last line. That's the guy I was telling you about. Like, therefore he wasn't real because he just got killed.
I think that's part of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the guy who was supposed to be God.
Well, yeah, what an episode.
It's quite an episode.
There's a lot to talk about. There's really a lot of interesting things that happen, having done the podcast in the episode, I think I like it more than my initial reaction. But I still think I still think it goes on the bottom of the list for episodes in general. I still think it's my least favorite Matt episode. The other ones were good. But yeah, overall, not horrible. There's definitely some interesting things. And if the plot wasn't great, but the character stuff is always great on this show. So that worked.
Right. Yeah, in general, I enjoyed the David Burton material, even though it was disappointing. Being disappointed with like mythology-based stuff is like that's just how it goes. So like it doesn't bother me the way it used to. I mean, I've just kind of accepted that's just the way the show's going to be. So I enjoyed it. I enjoyed that stuff for what it was. It was interesting and like great fodder for talking about stuff. Obviously, I think the lion sex cruise thing was the least interesting thing about the episode.
For sure.
I don't know. I feel like they could have come up with something better.
Yeah, and a boat cruise. I don't know. It's a strange orgy on a boat. Not even a cruise, just like a ferry. Because they're just going from point A. I guess they're just gonna go orgy some more, probably, right? That's just part of the first leg.
Yeah. Presumably.
All right.
It's like a.
And then they all. Well, I guess maybe.
Party.
Yeah, maybe they orgied down to Tasmania and back.
Yeah,
maybe that was the thing.
Could be.
Yeah, 22-hour orgy.
It's a lot. It's a lot of orgy.
There was something I wanted to mention, and I'm going to try to remember what it was. So back to Reddit. There's a post that's talking about was that actually the island from Lost? So talking about the nuclear missile.
Of course there is.
Yeah. And so, well, first of all, one thing I want to say is that shot of the TV, I guess in the scene where Matt is talking to the pilot, trying to get him to go fly. They're talking about the bombing, the missile explosion. They had an image, like footage of the missile launching, which I thought was impossible because it's a submarine and nobody knew it was going off.
Right.
Now, I guess you could say maybe it's just B-roll of some other missile or something, but I felt like
Right.
the way it came off, we were supposed to think that was a shot of it, the actual missile launching,
Right.
but I just think that was impossible.
Yeah.
But anyway, so this thing here, and I guess maybe people translated the French. I'm not sure. He says in the French opening monologue, which I don't. Maybe I don't know what he's referring. If he's referring to the song, I don't know why there's a
Yeah,
French
there's
opening.
because there's no
Yeah,
dialogue or
the guy doesn't
monologue.
say anything. So I don't know if
Yeah.
he's referring to the song that's in the title sequence of the show, or if
Yeah.
he's referring to the song that's playing when the guy is running naked through the submarine.
Right,
But
right.
anyway, the lyrics, according to this post, is God made this missile fly straight and find the nest in the volcano, and hope this egg wouldn't have hatched yet, and let it destroy it before it destroys the world. So that's a really lost thing. An island with a volcano and an island, that could destroy the world, kind of a thing. I thought that was
Right, so
interesting.
I think the thing over the title sequence was some kind of prayer, so something
I,
from the Bible, I believe. That seems like that's where that came from, I would think.
mm-hmm.
Because the thing that plays over his thing is like I think more of a like pop song.
Oh,
I don't think it's
I
talking
forgot
about
you
God.
speak French.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't catch every word, especially in the first part because it was all like whispered. But
Mm,
the song over the submarine is, I can't go home again, and it was
yeah,
I don't
yeah,
think there
that's
was
right.
anything about God in there, so
Yeah,
it must have been the first one.
nice.
I didn't hear all the stuff about the missile and the any of that stuff.
Yeah,
I don't remember catching that stuff. Although I imagine that's loosely, if that's actually stuff from the Bible, I imagine it's loosely translated. I mean, I don't think they necessarily have the concept of a missile, but maybe it's projectile or I don't know, some kind of
era like sword or
loose
something.
translation. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
That would be my guess.
Okay, yeah, interesting. But yeah, I wanted to bring that up. That seemed relevant. Let's see. What does this say it is? They call it the Carnival Caligula Cruise.
All right.
Um,
3 C's.
yeah, three C's. Three C's. Yeah. Anyway, I'm looking at the translation, I guess, from the prayer, whatever it is. It's very interesting. Yeah, I'm curious where it's from because there's a lot of there's a lot of words here, like you're saying, that don't seem like they would be in the Bible, like technology. Nuclear bomb, I don't think is in the Bible.
Whoa. Yeah, maybe they're translating another thing. The thing I'm talking about from the beginning is called that. I don't know how to pronounce this. Ashrei,
Okay.
Ashrei.
Uh-huh.
I believe that's the thing.
Okay. So you're saying that's what is in the title sequence?
Yeah, I believe so. That's what I read. I mean, I didn't recognize it. I'm not familiar with it really. I guess it's mostly Psalm 145, but it's got some other stuff in it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how the translation matches up because there's a lot of strange words there. But let's see. That's something else I was gonna mention real quick. If I can find my notes. I talked about that, and what else? All right, I think that's it. I think that's all I had on my notes here. And actually, I did have some general notes. Unless you have anything more about the episode specifically, I had some general notes about the show.
No, sure, go ahead.
Let me see. Let me pull that up. And I'm going to click this button. Okay. And I'm going to click this button. Just clicking buttons over here. All right. So, yeah, let's see. So, just lost my place. Back in season 1, I'm going back here. Um, that scene when I think it's the Garbies at their best. When Kevin's out running, I guess the scene is he was running, but then he's like smoking a cigarette, and that car pulls up with the women inside that ask him, "Are you ready?"
Oh
Remember?
yeah.
I just thought that was interesting. I'm not sure what that was about, but it's also 4 women in a car, like the 4 women on a horse.
Right.
So maybe that was the first 4 women of the apocalypse.
Could
And then
be.
like the manhole cover blows up, which is cinematic language for like something bad's about to happen. Things are bubbling under the surface.
Right.
Um, have you ever talked about this idea that Nora wished her family away, and that's why she's so guilty? She feels so guilty and bad about it because like the moment that
No.
she was like super upset with her family,
Yeah,
because it was like
yeah.
it wasn't a normal. I mean, it was a normal day at the office for her, but it was like really chaotic and crazy, and she was clearly frustrated. And you see like this look on her face, like she's kind of like, God, I just wish I could get away or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they vanish. So I'm
Yeah.
wondering if that it's not just that she lost her family, but it's kind of like a Home Alone situation. Where
Yeah.
them away.
I think they addressed that
Okay.
to some extent. Maybe I just did in my head, but
Yeah.
I thought that I thought they talked
Something-
about the idea that it was like not just that they disappeared, but yeah, that they disappeared at this particular moment,
Mhm.
like kind of
Um,
an unpleasant moment.
did I talk about how in at the beginning of season 2, with the government kind of cordoning off Miracle and making it a state park and all that stuff? The idea that they might have been profiting from it. Have we talked about that?
No.
So maybe that's why they wanted to control it, because maybe they're profiting on it somehow. I don't know. I just thought I'd bring that up.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Oh, I also wanted to say the hand guy, this hand psychic guy from season
Mm-hmm.
2. He's the guy who played Eddie Winslow on Family Matters.
Oh
And
yeah.
Family Matters is a spin-off of Perfect Strangers.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. So I thought that was interesting.
I wasn't ready for that.
Yeah.
That's
Mhm.
crazy. That's crazy. Isaac, I believe. He was.
Isaac, yeah.
Yeah,
Another biblical name.
of course.
Let's see. And yeah, I talked about that. Kevin feeling trapped in life. He can't die, so he envies Evie, escaping her family, escaping life. And yeah, I guess that's all the notes I had.
He's
I thought
got
I had a
Evie
bunch more.
envy.
Evie envy, yeah. Don't say that 10 times fast. Cool. I think that was, yeah. I just thought I had more notes than that left over from before, but oh, that's what I was gonna say. Another thing from 107 Cairo or Cairo, whatever the episode's called.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I made a note about the whole thing about the kid who was locked in the refrigerator. When Jill gets stuck in there, but like the kid departed. I guess. I think that's what they said happened.
Oh, is that what happened?
Is that what happened? I wrote that down, and now I'm like, is that actually what they said happened? Because there's like this like inscription on the refrigerator that commemorates what happened.
No, I thought it was just the kid stayed in there the longest time. It was just like a record.
I don't know. Now I'm confused why I wrote that down.
I didn't think the kid departed. It's been a while though. I don't exactly remember.
Yeah.
Which episode was that?
That's Cairo.
Okay.
It's Cairo.
Wait, really?
Well, that's what I wrote down.
Okay.
It's the one where the dad, Kevin Senior, escapes.
Oh, it looks like maybe that's the one before that. Let's see.
Solace for Tired Feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did write 107, which is Solace for Tired Feet.
Yeah.
Which, have you seen the list of all the National Geographic connections to the show?
No.
Like, Solace for Tired Feet is like in that book. Like it's like a line, it's like an article or something, or I don't know, it's in there somewhere. I saw a screen capture.
Oh, really? Wow.
Mm-hmm. Thought that was interesting. Yeah, let me see real quick about this scene. I don't know, because something made me think the kid who was in there departed, which would have been a weird, like, detail. So what does this say? This says on October 14th, 2011, Paul Glowski was forced inside this conveyance against his will in a childish prank and was never seen or heard from.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're right.
Now I honor it's hard to read. Now I honor the mystery of his something by repeating his suffering and embracing great darkness. Interesting about the suffering angle. So yeah, anyway, there it is.
You're right. You're right.
I was thinking.
He was departed. It makes more sense that it would be that. I totally forgot about it.
Yeah, but you're right. It was like they were repeating it, but yeah. Anyway, that was a detail when I was rewatching that he departed from the blocked fridge, which I thought was an interesting, random thing that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're getting close to the end of the season.
Indeed.
Any predictions? Any theories you want to pitch?
Ooh. I mean, beyond the spoilers that we talked about last time, which isn't really a prediction. I mean, we got to get to that flash forward, you know.
Yeah. Do you know what the episode title is of the final episode?
No.
Do you want me to tell you? It doesn't. I don't think it gives away something, obviously, but I think it's a hint at something, obviously.
Okay. All right.
Minor spoiler. If you don't want to hear it, skip like 3 seconds. It's called The Book of Nora.
Oh.
Yeah. So take that with as you will.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Oh, indeed.
That could mean a lot of things, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it could mean that... yeah. Oh, boy. Well, yeah. I mean, there will definitely be some Nora stuff. I mean, I figured we'd be going there because we got to get to that point. We got to understand what happened. Is she gonna... Yeah, what's gonna happen between her and Kevin? Between the last episode that we saw and that. Okay, yeah. I guess the thing I predicted something with twins, twin for David Burton.
The DBT.
His twin shows up somewhere. I feel like he needs to have a conversation with Kevin, and maybe his twin brother. Will provide that on some level. Maybe we can get like someone else to talk about that goddamn hotel. Maybe we'll go back to the hotel. I don't know.
I think we'll see the hotel again. I think just so we see it a third time. I think the next episode will probably be back to Kevin and Nora, right?
Yeah, most likely. Because there's not like another thing to go to.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we'll probably follow either like we'll just follow Kevin or something, or maybe just follow Nora, but or they cut back and forth like they did in the last episode. It depends on what the story is exactly, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe Nora's gonna meet up with this crew coming in from Tasmania, and then they're
Well,
gonna have to go
he'll
find
follow.
Kevin.
Hopefully Matt will call his sister when they
I
get
would
there.
hope so.
Now that
Pick
he
up the
remembers he
phone,
has a
Matt.
sister.
Yeah. It's a good thing to remember.
I meant to mention too, there was that part where Lori changes her mind and she tells Matt, "You know what, Matt? You mentioned that in the recap, but I wanted to comment, like, it was interesting that she just like changed her mind.
Oh
It was like,
yeah.
it's probably better that you do tell him all the crap you're gonna tell him. Your story's better anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Thought that was interesting that she decided to, because like they didn't need that scene. They didn't need
No.
it at all, unless they're setting up something for the next episode when they do encounter Kevin, and I guess maybe they'll all go along with it, and it's better that way versus like just them bickering over, yes, he's special, no, he's not. It's a
Right,
delusion.
Lori standing by. You're indulging his delusions, and
Yeah,
don't listen to them, Kevin. And yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
they don't want to necessarily go down that road.
But cool. Well, I was disappointed my crackpot theory about the machine didn't pan out.
Oh, right, the machine explosion. I thought that was I think from the information that we knew, that was the most reasonable explanation.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean.
Also radiation too. That would have been very similar to the nuclear bomb.
Yeah, it's true.
But yeah, I am very curious to see. I mean, just a couple episodes left, man. It's crazy.
I know. It's rapidly coming to a conclusion, and it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
That's what I said.
Well, I agree. I second that.
Good. Cool. Well, all right. Anything else?
I think that's it. I think that's it for this one.
Well, thanks for listening, everybody. This is probably a long one.
It is.
One of my least favorite episodes is when we talk about the most.
Yep.
So that makes sense somehow.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see more Lost connections. Not just what they do coming up, but the stuff we haven't really caught on to from the previous episodes. Because I'm sure there's some other lost Easter eggs, but this whole thing about the island explode, like the bomb, South Pacific island, he probably just couldn't resist. You know,
yeah.
just doing the whole thing.
Definitely. Yeah.
It's interesting. What were you gonna say?
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say it's interesting. On Lost, spoiler for the ending. The whole point is the afterlife is a place you make with your loved ones or the people who you went through easy times with or something, and you kind of form a place and you move on together. It seems like so I'm wondering, like, is that gonna apply to this show? Are they gonna try to say something? Yeah, I mean, they might not even say anything about the afterlife. But I'm just curious, like, in terms of like the mythology of the shows, how they overlap.
Well, the hotel is sort of the afterlife.
Is it? Yeah, I mean, it's sort of the afterlife. Yeah, I mean, I guess they're.
I mean, it's more like the Flash Sideways.
It's more like the Flash Sideways. It's a purgatory type place.
Yeah.
Than the actual afterlife. But yeah, you're right.
But it's afterlife in some sense, so.
Yeah. But it's not like you're gonna be in that hotel forever, right?
Yeah,
that's not where you stay for eternity.
True.
That'd be, you can check in, but you can't check out.
Right.
Hotel Kevin. Cool. Well, yeah, thanks for listening, everybody. We'll be back next time with the next episode of this crazy show.
Sounds good.
Until then.
All right, see you later.